right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire morning crew with you, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Troy Hughes. Did you see anything on your windshield driving in?
Would you be referring to raindrops?
Not as much as I was hoping for. I walked out my front door and I was legitimately stunned. I stopped in my front door and I'm like, what is that? And then I got in the car and I'm like, hopefully this just continues to get heavier and heavier. And then I got the dry screeching of the windshield wipers as I was coming to the station, and I was like, crap, not enough.
I got no rain. Nothing. I saw nothing. Didn't even know it was a possibility. Although I did hear something about, there could be rain in the forecast, which, whatever. I hope it doesn't rain. I'm hoping this is opening weekend of the pool. So I don't want any rain. I want nothing to ruin that.
Can we get rain today and tomorrow to, get us off the HOA lists and to turn our stuff from, golden brown to green? Can you at least sacrifice for that?
Are you on an HOA list?
You said you were about to get a letter from the HOA.
Well, I think I might, but that's only because my sprinklers have been turned off for the pool. But once those things are on, I don't obey the water restrictions. My yard is more important than the rest of the world's environment, as far as I'm concerned. So I'm going to water like hell. I'm going to say, look, I haven't watered in 2 months. I got making up to do.
Are they going to get on you? I thought they were going to get on you for it being too brown. Now they're going to get on you for making it green?
Yeah, because you got water restrictions, right? So the city will impose those. But I was out there, the other night with a hose, just doing it by hand. They might get on me for too brown. I'll be like, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna spray paint this thing.
Troy, you have any wetness on the way in?
Yeah, definitely. I stepped outside this morning, had a psychotic Drew Barrymore moment with the rain coming down. If you don't know that reference, she went viral earlier this week when rain started falling down in New York, and she walked outside her apartment. Oh, this is glorious! Oh! It was like, wow, what the hell happened to you? I loved you in Poison Ivy. But yeah, I kind of stood outside the house and I was like, wow, this is cool. I felt like Andy Dufresne. I had my arms out like, wow, this is what rain feels like. And I enjoyed it. And so, yeah, spotty showers right now in the Metroplex. Going to go away after the morning, but some will come back this afternoon.
So this is supposed to be opening pool weekend.
Well, we're hoping. We're hoping. They said the plaster's going in tomorrow and the water will be filled tomorrow, starting to fill tomorrow night.
So you're saying I can't go swimming tonight?
That's exactly what I'm saying. You can go in there.
Okay.
You go in there tonight.
Because are we having an official after party after the brew crew stops at Soulfire tonight in downtown Roanoke from 6 to 9?
We'll see how litty we are to be able to have that after party.
Yeah, I want the Tolos out there to come check us out. Soulfire Brewing Company, downtown Roanoke from 6 to 9. We'll have the brew crew pint glasses, and then we'll walk a mile down the street to RJ's house.
What are you using to put the water in the pool? Because if you started on Friday night, at least what I used, it's probably not going to be done on Saturday. What are they using? Bringing in the heavy artillery?
Oh, I have
artillery.
I think it'd be artillery.
Troy, what?
Artillery.
Troy, what did they use to fill how fast did yours get filled?
With the water?
Yeah.
No, it took some time because we didn't have. It's not like the. I love this urban myth where you can call the fire department and they'll fill up your pool for you.
Right.
It's like that's not a thing. I'm pretty sure they're busy. They can't do that. So yeah, it took several hours to fill our pool up.
Yeah. So
I have no idea. I assume a bunch of hoses. I don't know. Bunch of hose
over the house.
Yeah, a bunch of hose. I don't know. I'm assuming it's going to be something like that. But
do you have a bunch of hoses? They're just going to magically grow out of the walls of your house?
Yeah, what are you going to do?
I think I have two.
That's
hoses.
what I did. Took 2 hoses, but took a long time.
Yeah, I imagine it will. I know they're hooking it up to my sprinkler system as well.
Yep.
So it's going to be that autofill.
Yep,
right.
They'll do the autofill and everything like that. But like I said, the urban myth, the fire department will not come out there.
No.
You cannot call City Hall and say, hey, I'm filling my pool. Can I get a discount? That is not a true thing either.
You can't get the fire department to come to my house anyway. We don't live in an area that has fire or police.
Oh, that's a good thing because, there's not rampant fires right now around the Metroplex.
What do you mean?
Well, I live less than a mile from a fire department. and that fire department does not service my home. My home is serviced by the one over on the other side of Alliance Airport, and it's 20 minutes away, and they don't come to me. So if we have a fire, we're basically screwed.
Okay.
We're cooked.
Yesterday, we had the funeral service and the gathering for our radio engineer, Ted Nichols-Payne. Standing room only, as RJ and I could not get a seat and could not see the back half of the room, or apparently everyone's sitting upstairs in the upper deck.
Yeah.
One of Ted's daughters got up to speak, and she looks up because she hasn't turned around. She's sitting in the front row, and she goes, "Holy S" on the mic. Like, that was her immediate reaction.
Wait, did she say the?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, she's like, "Holy S, this is a lot of people."
Wait, obviously, y'all were at a civic center, right? Like a Knights of Columbus Hall.
It was, no,
it was a church.
Yeah,
it was
Unitarian.
a church. Okay. All right.
Unitarian.
Okay.
Unitarian church, and I was scared I wasn't going to be able to get parking. I'm sitting there saying I'm gonna have to Uber to this thing from down the street, but that's how many people showed up and showed out for TMP. It was packed.
It was good to see. I saw people that I hadn't seen in 20 years.
Yeah, those are the people I avoided.
Yeah, those are actually the ones I actually wanted to talk to. Were the ones I hadn't seen in 20 years. I figured it'd be another 20 years for I had to deal with them again.
Right.
So, you deal with it for one day.
Who did we see out there? Saw Brad Sham, Chuck Cooperstein, Christy Scales, Babe Laufenberg,
Nadell.
Mike Fisher, Eric Nadell, Sandler was out there, Zero was out there.
I didn't see Sandler out there.
He was sitting up.
Oh,
Did you think you were going to see him sitting in a chair?
Oh, that's true.
A high chair.
Yeah, I didn't see him.
Sandler was out there. It was packed. Bruce Gilbert, who originally hired us, was out there. Some of the guys that we used to work with were out there, and it was about 90 minutes, and people just went up and told the stories, and it was typical. It was a prototypical TMP service.
Very much TMP. I might be over 90 minutes. I got to say this, Troy. I told this to Sean yesterday. I don't care if I get in trouble for saying this. I wouldn't go to my dad's funeral if I knew it was going to be 90 minutes long.
Really?
That's
He
too damn
whispered
long.
that to me during the moment of silence, and it took everything in my power to be quiet as he whispered in my ear. I wouldn't go to my dad's own thing if it was 90 minutes.
Similar people were saying similar things last night about Dick Vitale. We can get to that later on. But yeah, it looked, I unfortunately could not attend yesterday. I had something else that I was working on, but at the same time, I pulled up the stream where I was recording and I saw it. It was odd because when I pulled up the stream for the memorial service, I'm like, are those Mickey Mouse ears?
Yeah.
See there? What is that?
So apparently Ted went to Disney. I didn't realize he went to Disneyland this much.
Oh, man.
But in the program, it said for every child, once they, I believe, graduated third grade or turned 3, one of them, I don't know, they would go to Disneyland or Disney World. And then every year up until I think they graduated high school, they all went. So it wasn't just to celebrate 3. It was every year afterwards. They were going to Disney World, Star Wars, Star Trek, bunch of music education.
Yeah.
They played some music from Ted's band,
Psycho Betty.
Psycho Betty, with the album available on Amazon. Those are some of the things that I took from it.
I didn't know he was that into Disney either. I knew he liked it, but I didn't know he was like an every year. I didn't know he was one of these adult Disney people.
Oh, when I went to Disney World with my family about 4 years ago, he talked down to me so much when I got back. I cannot believe you stayed at the Contemporary. I cannot believe you stayed there. That is the one hotel, the one with the monorail that goes through the middle of it. That's the one I've always wanted to go to. And that's the one you want to. Like, you can hear Ted saying that to me, like he was so demeaning yet sweet and thoughtful about it. He loved Disney World.
So one of my favorite parts is Zero, who used to be a producer up here. He walks in after us, and he goes, I'm like, what's up, man? Fist pump. He goes, his eyes, the terror in his face. What the F is everybody wearing? I said, you're in a church.
Yeah. Well,
Even I know you're not supposed to do that in church, as he's in full suit, terrified. I said, don't worry. He didn't get the memo about the Hawaiian shirts. He didn't get the Hawaiian shirt memo.
No.
So he's looking at everyone. I said, You can't go wrong. Don't worry.
Yeah.
He starts sweating the beads from the forehead and the eyebrow. I said, you're okay. Just breathe. Breathe, Zero. You're good to go.
Just imagine you're still working at Bally and only half the people here see you.
I was panicked when I walked in because
Skin didn't even know who Zero was. Yeah,
I was panicked when I walked in because I walked in with like 5 other people, Mickey, and none of them knew about the Hawaiian shirt. I was like, am I going to be the only idiot here? Me and Sean rocking a Hawaiian shirt. I had the pink shorts on and everything like that.
The shorts look good.
Oh, thank you.
Well,
Thank you very
I
much.
was about to ask during the morning snacks. Tell us if you just heard we replayed talking about Ted and everything. Which outfit did you wear? The matching outfit or just the loud?
Sean wore the matching outfit.
With the shorts?
Not with the shorts. Not with the
disappointing.
shorts. Yes.
Very disappointed. But it was look, there was a lot of people that were dressed up, way more than I saw walking in. When I was walking in, I was panicked.
Really?
That was the only one. I was like, the joke's on me. I got played here. I was the idiot.
So shout out to Ted's family, RIP TMP, and we'll certainly remember him even more when we head out to Oxnard, California on Tuesday for Cowboys training camp. Did anybody check out Steph Curry and the job he did hosting the ESPYs? And what is this Dick Vitale moment that Troy was just talking about? It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. We're just getting started to get you closer to the weekend. Let us know if it's hopefully still raining outside right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
The ESPYs last night. It's Sean, RJ, and Troy running things as always here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being the Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. I got a text message from Sandler saying it was Shout out, Jared, listening already this morning. Did you check out Steph or any of the highlights?
I did not. Did you?
Yeah, I saw two highlight clips.
Here's my thing with the ESPYs.
I wanted to see what the monologue was like. He looked like he was holding like a glass of something, like little scotch, little whiskey, little tequila. I don't know what it was, but he was holding something neat. It was neat up there.
Would you put it past somebody to put something fake in there, like just apple juice if it was like whiskey?
No, I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Because you don't want to look a fool.
Right.
If you get wasted or drunk.
Here's the thing with the ESPYs, with the Oscars or the Grammys, there is no MVP. We already have the MVPs. We already have these league awards.
Yeah.
Now we're doing this like a fake, made up, just something to fill time award show.
Yeah.
So I never really enjoyed it. Some of the monologues early on were good. It was interesting to see. Years ago, Bill Murray would do it or whatever. Yeah.
Troy, what were the things that were trending from this or that really jumped out on the internet?
I wouldn't say anything was necessarily trending as much as, people just wanted to tune in to see what it was like. Like you mentioned, Steph Curry up there. He had a couple of jokes he was making last night. I'll play one for you here. We had to go after the GOAT, Tom Brady.
After celebrating 3 kids' birthdays in 2 weeks, I finally understand why Tom Brady keeps coming back to work. Relaxation sometimes is exhausting. So Tom Brady, speaking of, he's the only guy I know on earth who'd rather get hit by Aaron Donald than hang out with a supermodel.
Okay.
It's kind of the go-to joke.
Fair.
I get it.
Fair.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair jokes. Not bad joke.
Let me have the LeBron one.
The LeBron joke. Let's see.
LeBron James, he hosted this award show back in 2007 after losing in the NBA Finals. So yes, you guessed it. This feels better. This feels better.
Like,
right.
I mean, I'm not like the spectrum of comedy or anything, but this didn't feel like the Addison Improv as much as maybe like the Cleburne Funny Bone. It just.
Is there a Cleburne Funny Bone?
No, I don't know, but I'm going to open one now. But they were like, they're jokes, So, Steph was kind of hit or miss. Then there was Dick Vitale. Dick Vitale last night got the Jimmy V Award for his battle with cancer, his awareness of cancer for children, and his final words for the crowd.
And what you've done to pursue your goals. And remember, perseverance plus passion plus pride equals win in the game of life. God bless. Thank you.
And there was a very divided reaction.
What?
To Dick Vitale. Jared Sandler this morning tweeting out, "It's 4:50 and I'm in tears watching the Dickie V video for winning the Jimmy V Award from last night's ESPYs," which a lot of people were emotional watching it.
Sure.
Then other people were not so emotional because he spoke for just shy of 20 minutes. Uninterrupted. Which is fair, considering what he's done for college basketball, ESPN, the world of sports in general, and his awareness of cancer. But a lot of people on social media is like, my God, how long does he have to talk? This is wearing me down. What else is on? It was very divided.
Kind of like my high school commencement speech.
Was it that long?
They were telling, I don't know how long. It was too long, apparently, according to the principal. Wanted me up out of there. I said, look, I paid for this flight.
Yeah.
I came back home for this. Yeah. To talk to these minions. And I'm going to talk. I'm going to speak.
It's like Jimmy V, when he did his speech, he kept saying, I got these guys are telling me to wrap up. He's like, I got tumors all over my body. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care what you have to say.
But I've never heard anyone in all these years talk about Jimmy's speech being too long. I don't know how long it was.
It was 9 minutes, I think.
Oh, okay. So Vitale went double with that. All right. I mean, look, even if I thought it was long, I'm not tweeting it.
No.
Good Lord. The man is recovering from cancer. He's an all-time legend. Yeah. People pay him to speak. I'm not tweeting it. But maybe if, I didn't have a fake blue check mark or wasn't a G-list public figure, I would have tweeted it. I don't know. So that was the Dickie V divide, apparently, that took place last night on the ESPYs. The truckwreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We are live on the fan cam. We're live on Twitch, and we are live on YouTube as well. What's up with this ice on fans? Speaking of heat,
Oh my God!
praying for some rain out there. There's a new TikTok.
Another one. Another deadly TikTok trend. These people are morons. So people are putting ice on fans to cool themselves down.
Ice on fans.
Yeah. So you get a bag of ice or whatever, you put it in front of a fan.
Okay.
Okay. Well, here's the problem. What is ice made of?
H2O.
Uh-huh. What happens when water gets near electricity?
Oh.
People are putting ice on fans, and then they're getting electric shocks as the sparks are flying at them. Like, it could destabilize the fan, which makes it fall over, causing the blades to hit the guard and put the motor under additional strain, and then breaking up the water bag or whatever because the ice is melting, and all of a sudden, you've got a house fire. I mean, how dumb? Seriously.
Now, is this why they're talking about making TikTok illegal?
What?
Yeah, there's been all these stories. I mean, this has been happening for a couple years now. They've been talking about, wasn't Trump trying to get rid of TikTok?
I don't remember that. Maybe?
Yes.
Yeah,
I know
Because
there
my
was
wife was freaking out and having a panic attack.
Yeah, Trump wanted to get rid of it because TikTok originated from, what's the name of the country?
China.
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 So that's why he wanted to get rid of it. So
He gave us all the virus.
Yeah,
Yes.
so wow, your wife must be freaking out if they get rid of TikTok.
Oh, what about this one to my right?
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, what about, Degeneration X or whatever?
yeah.
RJ's Degeneration,
That's
the
right.
upcoming segment.
Yeah, my kids they're still on TikTok, but they're more on Snapchat now.
Oh.
Yeah, that's where he's hiding all of his
Get
pics.
the snaps.
What's the benefit of that? Why Snapchat?
For him, that's how all of his friends communicate. They don't send text message anymore. See, now this is
why? Why Snapchat?
because it disappears and the parents can't see it.
Exactly. Once you click on it and you open your snap, you read it, see it, then
Isn't that more than enough reason to just say you can't have a Snapchat?
You could say that. The problem is that all their friends have it, and now they're not cool anymore, and now you've got a kid with emotional problems. So you'd rather deal with whatever goes on in Snapchat than that.
I don't. Oh, okay.
my thing is my kids know you can have a Snapchat, you can have TikTok, that's fine, but I have your passwords.
Right.
Meaning I have changed the passwords to something I know you don't. So if I need to get rid of it, I can get rid of it. So
I have a friend whose daughter is like having like backup fake accounts.
Oh,
So like go in the phone
Burners?
and they have
Yep.
yes.
Wow.
Yep.
Burner multiple accounts. So I would just have to say I don't think you can have it. I'll deal with your temper tantrum versus I don't know, the nude pics and the plans that you're making behind the scenes out there. There's like 17 things you can do. You got to have the one where the message disappears. I don't know. Does Mark Cuban, is that still around, his cyber dust? Has anyone heard anything about that?
I have not. They have a lot of apps that are like encrypted that you can use, like to send messages. Like
Because it's supposed to disappear like the Mavs cap space.
right, it's supposed to. Yeah,
Boom.
keep your powder dry.
Keep your
Good-
powder dry.
Good reference though. Very
Yeah.
good reference.
All right, it's time to get you ready. 6 a.m. headlines. Jalen Brunson is a New York Knick, as we know. He finally speaks and explains why he left the Metroplex. Jalen Brunson rolls out, and the Madden running back list is out. Did Zeke make the top 10, and would he deserve it over these other guys? 6 a.m. headlines with Sean and RJ after this.
Keep the volume. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Thanks for waking up with us. Anyone else on the fan text say we're still getting some droplets out there, some rain?
I have not seen any signs of rain on the trucker.com text line.
And a little bit of drizzle at 4:30 in the morning, but it appears like it's going away real fast. Thanks for sticking with us. Being a Tolo, that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Jalen Brunson spoke to his new fan base and his new media members out in New York. Jalen on why he ultimately chose the New York Knicks.
I've known them for a long time. It's family. It's a comfort level to this, and something that I just couldn't turn a blind eye to. I knew that that these guys have my best interests at heart, and they've known me since, I think Leon probably saw me before my dad did. So, I mean, it's just one big family for me, and I'm just super excited.
Was that Stephen Jones attending the press conference?
Ha! Well done.
Did you hear that in the background?
They've known me since, I think Leon probably saw me before my dad did. So.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I think that's going to be a little side-by-side audio compare. Look, Bassick, this scared Bassick when it first got brought up that Jalen Brunson's dad was being hired. Leon Rose, his original agent, Leon Rose represented Jalen's father as well. So you have the family connection. You got the mystique of the Garden, out of Luka's shadow, more money offered. I mean, on paper, this was the right decision to make, in my opinion, if you're JB. How difficult was it to leave the Mavs after the year and the playoff run you just had?
Without a doubt. For the longest time, I thought I would never leave Dallas. I thought Dallas was my home for my entire career. And it's a great place. It's a place that I really wanted to be. And I'm so thankful that they took a chance on me. And they just, it was definitely tough. I miss my teammates. That organization is special. The relationships I made there, it was really special. So I'm definitely going to miss it.
So as I was, going through this yesterday, Bleacher Report tweeted out, rank the NBA's best big threes right now. And I was like, looking at the list and looking at the names, and a feeling of sports depression came over me, just realizing what Luka Doncic is carrying around here. At number 5, best threesomes in the NBA, according to Bleacher Report, Devin Booker, Chris Paul, and Ayton, who has re-signed. Number 4, Embiid, Harden, and Maxey, who came on strong last year. And, of course, James Harden re-signing 2 for $68. So 34 a year, as Harden said. He told Daryl Morey,
give me the leftovers.
Give me the...
I would love to have $38 million as leftovers.
These are some nice leftovers.
Yeah, they are.
34 a year with a player option. So those are the leftovers for Harden, but Embiid, Harden, and Maxey, number 4. Number 3... KD, Kyrie, and Ben Simmons. Again, I want you to keep the Mavs' big 3 in mind as we're going through this.
What big 3?
That's the point.
Yeah.
KD, Kyrie, and Simmons. Number 2, Steph, Clay, and Dre. And number 1, Giannis, Middleton, and Drew Holiday. Bleacher Report's number 1 big 3 in the NBA.
I'm going to say no. That's a no for me, dog.
Okay. How would you change up the list?
Well, I wouldn't have that. I wouldn't have the Bucks even on it. They weren't even in consideration for me. Miami's got a better big 3 than the Bucks do.
With Hero,
Bam, and Butler? That's way better. I would take that any day of the week over Giannis, Middleton, and Drew Holiday. Any day of the week. I think Boston's over them too, no?
Brown, Tatum, and who?
Pick, Smart, Horford. I mean, take a pick. I think I would think Robert Williams is a big 3 over with them.
But the thing with Giannis, overcoming Giannis, but
yeah.
But anyway, look at those big 3s and the talent at the top compared to what they ask Luka to carry. So our big 3 is Luka, Christian Wood,
and Hardaway,
and Hardaway.
Probably, right?
That's sad.
Oh, Yeah. We
That's
don't know how
sad.
Christian Wood's going to be.
Right.
You know, he could
Let's
turn
just
out to
assume
be.
let's assume he's 18-9.
I mean, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Now, and again, this recent season has shown you don't necessarily need the star power. But the Bucks were in the playoffs. Middleton was out. The Warriors won the championship. The Nets were a disaster. Philadelphia made it far. And then you had Phoenix as the number 1 seed getting eliminated. So the Mavs are going to go ahead and take a different route. But that just popped in my mind as Jalen Brunson was speaking in New York to debut as a Knick. And I was like, oh, look at this big 3 list, and look what Luka Doncic is asked to carry.
He's carrying like the whole thing. It's
crazy,
and it's not even close. And you don't see. I mean, Ja's probably doing something similar, but still, like we're talking, one other guy in the league that's having to put up the same kind of asks by the organization. And, this is not the way to keep him long term. The way to keep him long term is make sure there's help around him. Not necessarily because he is this recruiter, because you got to do this as an organization. It's on the organization, not on Luka Doncic, to make the team around him better. And they haven't done a good job of it.
The Lakers are re-engaging Rick Carlisle's Pacers on Buddy Hield. Apparently LeBron is not happy. Man, if the Lakers don't trade for Kyrie because they won't give up one of these first-round picks that no one cares about, holy crap, is that going to tick LeBron off? And what a break that would be for the Mavericks. If the Lakers are going to continue to play chicken against the Nets and hold up a Kyrie deal because they don't want to give up a first-round pick, thank you, Rob Pelinka and L.A., if that's the case. But those are the stories. LeBron badly wants Kyrie badly, and right now they're not moving off a first-round pick, so they're going to Indiana and saying, okay, how do we get some shooting around here? Maybe we can talk to Buddy Hield. And then Andrew Wiggins, who we know now very, very well, as he had his Jalen Brunson moments, his breakouts against the Mavericks in the West Finals. Andrew Wiggins was talking to Fansided, and they were asking, any regrets, anything? And he said, I still wish I didn't get vaccinated, to be honest with you. He said, I was an all-star, a champion. That was the good part. I didn't miss out on the year. Best year of my career. He's also going to get paid because of all that. But he said, just for my body, I don't like putting all that stuff in there. So I didn't like that, and I didn't like that it wasn't my choice. I didn't like that it was either get this or don't play. So that was Andrew Wiggins saying his easy to say after the fact. I would really like to see if he could go back and not do it. Not have all this, what he would have done. But that was Andrew Wiggins making some headlines. He still regrets getting vaccinated.
Yeah, because I wonder I don't remember what the Bay Area rules were. Like, I know that them and New York City were the two where you had to be vaccinated to be playing indoors, but that ended at some point.
Yeah.
So would he still have been able to play in the postseason? I don't remember I assume he would have been because Kyrie did. But Kyrie went through a vaccination. No, he didn't go through that. It's like, would they still have won the title? Would he still have been getting this big kind of massive contract that he is due for now? It's a good question. I mean, if you're Andrew Wiggins, that's what you had to deal with. You had to weigh the options: play or no play.
The big NFL story yesterday. God, I'm so sick of this. Jimmy Garoppolo given permission to seek out a trade, and RJ Choppy says, and I like the thinking, goodbye San Francisco as a Cowboy challenger.
Yep, they're done. Trey Lance he may be a better quarterback long-term than Jimmy, but he isn't right now. This year, San Fran is a non-threat. This year, if they don't have Jimmy G. Their only chance to be a threat to the Cowboys this year is with Garoppolo. That's it. They're a favorite in all but 2 of their games this year in Vegas with Jimmy. Without Jimmy, maybe half, tops. They're done. They're cooked. And now the division just got easier for the Rams and the Cardinals to win it. Because San Francisco, with Trey Lance, is what? They're a team being led by essentially a rookie quarterback.
So I wanted to go find the best quarterback seasons in NFL history for rookies and be like, could Trey Lance put this up? You know, what is the history of the rookie quarterback in the NFL to make San Francisco a scary threat? This is just from Pro Football Focus. I'm just going to give the grades. Russell Wilson, 2012. His PFF grade was an 89.7. He started all 16, 26 touchdowns, 10 picks, completed 64% of his passes. Trey Lance has that type of year, and San Fran is dangerous.
Yes, they are.
Robert Griffin III, 2012, PFF grade, 83.7, 20 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 815 rushing yards. Baker, 2018, the PFF grade was an 83, 27 touchdowns, 14 picks. Mac Jones, number 4 on here. Obviously, we know Mac Jones. Mac Jones, 16 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, completed 70% of his passes. And at number 5 on the best rookie quarterback seasons in NFL history, Dak Prescott, 2016. The PFF grade was an 81, 23 touchdowns, 4 picks. Remember, he was magnificent in terms of taking care of the football and completed 68% of his passes. Is it crazy to think that Trey Lance can't join those names?
I think the difference is that Trey Lance has played one college season, and that was in 2019. He only had 30 attempts in 2020 and 1 attempt in 2018.
Wow.
So, like, he's barely played football.
Yeah.
The rest of these guys, Russ played at 2 programs. RG3 was a Heisman winner. Baker Mayfield was a Heisman winner. Mac Jones was a champ, like a national champ. Like, these guys played a lot of college football.
Yeah.
And Trey Lance didn't, and he hasn't really played since 2019.
The other rookies on here, Matt Ryan, Justin Herbert, Teddy Bridgewater, Joe Burrow, Minshew, Carson Wentz, Tannehill, Cam, Jameis, Flacco. This must have just been it was the rookies in the past 15 years, which is even better for our discussion with recent quarterbacks. So Jimmy G, given permission to seek out a trade. Who's left? Where could he go? Who needs him?
Well, Atlanta, I guess, could get him. Seattle still needs a quarterback. There's talk that Cleveland, with all the cap space they have, would absorb Jimmy's deal for a year while they're waiting on Deshaun Watson. Miami is another one. And the thing with Miami is that his former coordinators are the head coach. If they want to get rid of Tua, those are the landing spots, man. It's like we're not talking about a ton of options here, because there's not a lot of money left. The Cowboys, they have the second most cap space left at $21 million.
Why have to bring that up? What are you
And
doing?
the Browns have got $49 million.
What are you doing?
Yeah, right.
Albert Breer tweeting out, here are the teams with the most cap space left. 1, Cleveland, $48 million. As people are saying, what? I thought you gave Watson the most money in NFL history guaranteed.
$1 million this year is his cap hit.
$1 million. So they have $48 million. The Cowboys have $22 million available. They're number 2. The Panthers are 3, then Chicago, Green Bay, Raiders, Seahawks, Vikings, Bengals, Steelers. So talk to the Tolos, RJ, and explain in this offseason where Cowboy fans are ticked off and furious and have seemingly lost all the big names, why they're sitting on this $22 million of cap space. How would you explain that? Why?
Because they're waiting for next year. I guess they're waiting for next year, and then next year I'll say the same thing. They're waiting for next year.
Yeah, right.
And then the following year I'll say well, just waiting for next year.
We talk about this holdover with them every year.
Yeah, I mean, now they're going to have like $22 million of rollover cap that they'll be able to use if they wanted to next year. But their philosophy is just they don't really like to pay free agents, and that's a good philosophy. It's a good philosophy to have. It's not a bad one, but you have to hit on your own draft picks when you do that. And they've done a decent job of hitting on their own picks. They really have.
Now, the follow-up would be, isn't this proof they're being cheap?
No. I mean, let's see. What do you have the total cap number this year? Like what the salary cap is?
No.
All right. I think it's like $220 million. So, like, what's 200 divided by 220? They're still spending 91% of their cap dollars. Like, it's not like they're only spending 70%. So like that to me is they're still spending a lot of money.
Yeah.
You know, like that. Like that's you don't have to not spending. Like what is the number? If they spent less than $8 million, is that okay?
Right.
You know, they're still leaving money on the table. Someone's going to be upset. Do they have to go to the wall every time?
To the wall.
Yeah. Do you have to? I mean, if you do, then they're being cheap.
6 a.m. headlines here on Sean and RJ to get you ready for your Thursday. Mac Engel refers to this man as the baseball devil. The baseball devil explains and chimes in on the Rangers' moves, and another team is being cheap, making their all-star fly commercial. Let's go inside the globe on your home of the Rangers as they're back in action today against the Marlins. Next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Diamonds Direct, the annual.
Wherever you get your podcasts, including a new one. It's called Unwritten Rules. It's got former major leaguers Ron Darling, Jimmy Rollins. One more time, Unwritten Rules. Available right now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Segment this morning brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. 214-333-3333 or truckwreck.com in case you've been involved in an accident and it's not your fault. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
The crack of the bat, the sound of the crowd, the cool breeze of air conditioning. Let's go inside the globe on 105.3 The Fan.
Thank you, Mr. Announcer Man. It's Sean and RJ on your home of Rangers baseball. Troy Hughes getting it done behind the glass as always. Thanks for being a Tolo. And thank you, 6 a.m. Club, for turning it on, leaving it on. We had the Oakland Athletics All-Star explaining that he flew to Houston on the Astros private plane because the Athletics were too cheap to fly him on their private plane. And apparently the same thing happened with Juan Soto with some pettiness from the Washington Nationals, as reports yesterday seem to confirm that they put Soto on commercial as well. So after he didn't sign the deal, which many people, I think the overwhelming sentiment, if you compare the numbers, is they undercut him. He should not have signed that contract. Yes, it's $440 million, but again,
that's the thing. That's what everybody sees.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I was on a text chain with people in the baseball world.
Oh.
And they were saying, I don't blame. If I was the Nationals, I wouldn't have given him the charter anyway either. Screw you, man. You turned down $440 million from me. Screw you. I'm not gonna sit here and make your life easier. And my thought was like,
what a bunch of dumb businessmen on your text chain.
Well, I didn't say they're businessmen, but like they're basically saying you turned down $440 million. They weren't looking at the years. They weren't looking at the per year value. They were looking at the total bag.
Yeah. I would look at it as the per year value.
Yeah, I would too.
The radio station can say, "Oh, well, you're the highest paid person on air, blah blah blah." Okay, what is the morning show host in Seattle, Boston, San Francisco making? That's what I care about. I don't care if you're the highest paid person in a building where people are underpaid. I want to know what the market year.
I agree. I totally agree. Well, the Nats they didn't see it that way, and they're going to be bitter and petty. And they did not fly him private to the home run derby. Instead, he was in an airport at 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Flew
commercial, arrived in L.A. at 1:30 a.m. and still won the derby. Arrived in L.A. at 1:30 in the morning and still won the derby. You also have people going, "Oh my gosh, they didn't fly him private. How could he ever survive and perform?" That's not really the point. The
standard is with major league players is that you fly private to the All-Star game. That's the standard. And that's the difference. You can complain all you want. Well, what's the difference, gosh, how dare he, how was he able to perform flying first class,
right,
up in the sky? But that's not the point. The point is that the standard in Major League Baseball, and among all these sports, is that your team flies you private to the All-Star game.
Yeah. It's like us staying in hotels, right? When we bitch and moan and have funny segments about Bassick leaving Yelp reviews while we're staying in
the let's see, it was the Oxnard Condom,
the Crossfire Inn. Yeah, we're still out there with free staying covering training camp, but
that's not the standard. The standard is different, and that's what you need to uphold, a certain standard for your employees. The Nationals didn't do that, because they're a garbage organization.
Petty.
That's what garbage organizations do.
And I wouldn't worry about their relationship with Soto from this story. I'm worrying about the next free agent that's thinking about picking me.
Absolutely.
You're sending a message. Now, look, it's ultimately always going to come down to money. If the Nats beat, another team by $30 million with the offer, the player's going to go to Washington. But if all things are equal, I'm going to remember how petty they were with Juan Soto, who they are undercutting to begin with. And you want to sit there and be petty with that and small? Oakland? Now, no one chooses to go to Oakland. But y'all want to... I can't wait for the Athletics and the Nats to have to answer for this. You got baseball restarting today with the second half. Rangers against the Marlins right here on the Fan. And I cannot wait to hear what the A's and the Nats say in response to these two stories?
The Nats will probably deny, it had nothing to do with the contract. That had nothing to do with that.
Okay. Then why didn't you just put him on the plane like standard all-star treatment shows?
Miscommunication. We didn't know he was going to be in the home run derby.
We got the dates wrong on the flight.
Our plane was being used. It was the shop. Mechanical issues on our plane.
Yes.
So we had to get him a
that's
first class
good.
seat. There you
Mechanical
go.
issues.
What are you going to say about that? Oh, okay. Yeah. It is garbage though. If you're the Nats, put the guy on a private jet. Like seriously, do you think the Red Sox would make Rafael Devers fly commercial? The Dodgers, the Yankees? No, they wouldn't. Take care of your people.
All right, Matt Gangle, our buddy from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, always refers to Scott Boras, probably the most famous agent in all of sports, as the baseball devil.
Yep, Randy Galloway called him the Great Satan.
The Great Satan.
The Great Satan.
Oh, so Max stole this, I guess.
Yes, absolutely.
He stole it from Randy. Scott Boras was on The Show podcast, and he was asked about Kumar Rocker's medicals, that the Mets were terrified of it, and here are the Rangers, not to the, this isn't as extreme as the Jalen Smith case where the Cowboys did have the doctor working on the player. The Rangers had the doctor working on the player, but I don't think there's nowhere near as much fear with Rocker as there was towards Jalen. But here's Scott Boras, Kumar's agent, on the Mets versus the Rangers evaluating his client.
I told Steve Cohn that while you're an owner, you just have to listen to the people that appraise certain elements of drafted players. And we strongly disagree with the appraisal that the Mets placed on Kumar. We had said that to him. As an advocate, I'm sure if I'm an owner, I'm going to look at this and say, I expect the advocate to say that for the player. Our medical staff, we have our own internal medical staff. We are very thorough about this. We had the best orthopedic surgeons in America examine Kumar, and we said that there is nothing that's going to affect his pitching ability. There are always fuzzy MRIs. Max Scherzer's MRI when he signed was not particularly great, and frankly, never has been. But the thing of it is, it's what the orthopedists say are going to be the primary factors for what makes a player healthy. And if you had to make a minor adjustment in the process, it would be a minor element, and he would be back to throwing at the levels that Kumar is capable of. And as I said a year ago, someone's not going to be very happy about this. And in the end, I think that Kumar, and he was examined by one of the most prominent orthopedic surgeons in America, in Neil Alatraj and Dr. Meister in Texas. All these reviews came back and said he passed. The Mets didn't believe that. And now, ironically, the Texas Rangers draft him, and their doctor all along says that he is certainly physically capable of carrying out a major league career. Medical dynamic, really not a scouting dynamic, truthfully. And that happens sometimes in sport, but I know this, that it was a difficult moment for Kumar, and obviously when you're here to protect athletes as an attorney for them, you hate to see that happen. But on the other side of it is, I understand that medical opinions are what they are, and in this case, there just happens to be a very sound disagreement as to Kumar's future between the medical community that's with the Rangers and that's with the Mets.
All right. So there's Scott Boras obviously taking up for his client, but someone's going to be right and someone is going to be wrong. So I love how Boras, Scherzer had a sketchy MRI. You should just get over it. You should just ignore it if you're one of these teams.
Well, look, we are doing things with medicine and recovery that we've never done before. You should be less concerned with injuries now than ever before. Shoulders are still sketchy. Elbows are not so much. But, this whole idea of, just have him get Tommy John surgery, he'll be fine. That doesn't always work out. It doesn't always, you're not always better when you come back from Tommy John. So, yeah, you were right. The Mets were, if they felt that he wasn't going to be healthy, why would you give him $8 million? Now, is it a risk you should take? I think so. Because the chance that Kumar Rocker You don't need him. This is baseball. You don't need him for 5 years. When you draft a guy, you're not expecting him to play next week.
Right.
What are the chances he's going to be healthy in the 3 to 4 to 5 years? If the answer is pretty good, then you take him. Like the Rangers, when they drafted Kumar Rocker last week or this week, they weren't drafting him for today. They were drafting him for 2025. Hell, maybe he gets healthy by then. A lot can happen in 3 years.
Boris is also Juan Soto's agent.
He is.
Who?
Oh man, he is. Like the amount of money this guy just rolls in.
Right?
And if I was a Major League Baseball player, I'm 100% hiring him.
Hell yeah.
I'm not hiring anybody else. Just hired Scott Boras.
There's also a report, no extension talks yet between the Rangers and Martin Perez. So they'll have to make a decision on how to proceed. So where do you stand now with keeping or trading Perez?
I would have a conversation with him and say, look, we're not going to win this year. You're having a really good year. Do you want to go win somewhere? And, let him say yes, trade him, and then try to re-sign him in the offseason.
Okay.
And then if he wants like Bassick has talked about, a 20-team no-trade clause, okay, we'll do that.
What if you think you have a 65% chance to get Soto? Does it totally change your mind about keeping Perez?
Yeah, it would. But, who is going to be a part of that Soho deal? I imagine it's going to be a couple of your pitchers, including Jack Leiter. So you would need to have somebody around.
Yeah.
That said, what are you with Juan Soto? A 500 team? Slightly above 500? At that point, you still need more guys. You still need a lot more bodies. And that's what Martin Perez, and that's the thing.
John Gray, Dane Dunning.
Yeah.
Hearn taken out of the rotation. Otto, Spencer Howard. These guys have struggled mightily. And then you talk about Wynn and Leiter.
What does Martin Perez bring you back? If he brings you back a couple of, a B-level prospect, a B and a C or whatever,
yeah,
then I think getting Juan Soto incentivizes you to trade Martin Perez even more because you need to recoup some of what you just gave up in your farm system. Now, he's not going to get near what Soto's going to get. Not even close. But, Martin Perez is over 30 years old. We're talking about a guy who's not going to be in his prime very much longer, even though he's just kind of starting to figure it out. Isn't this an opportunity to recoup that farm system?
All right, so there it is. Inside the Globe on your home of Rangers baseball, they take on the Marlins. Derek Jeter's former team. As I watched part one of The Captain.
And?
It was okay.
Yeah, it's too much old. I don't care about I don't care about him as a kid.
You don't care about how he was as a young prospect, or you just don't care that he grew up in the multiracial family obstacles that he had to overcome.
I don't care about like parents saying how they brought their kids up. There's no formula for creating a Major League Baseball player or an NFL player. Everybody has different upbringings. I don't care about all that. Show me the baby. That's what Bill Parcells would say. Show me the baby.
What time is this Rangers pregame today? Good Lord. Are we going 11:30? No. 12:10 first pitch.
Yeah, it's 11:30.
11:30 for the Rangers in Miami. Look at Troy's face thinking about the hours for KMC today.
We're going to get a chance.
An hour and a half.
We could steal all of Mike's protein bars and he won't even notice.
Won't even notice. Or our files from our folder in the computer. I mean, they don't need them today.
Are we going to get a chance to see Sandy Alcantara today? Is he throwing? I do believe he is.
Huh?
I do believe he might be. Oh, no, it's
Pablo Lopez. Way to build that up for nothing with the computer in front of you.
Way to go.
Are we going to get Alcantara?
It was pulling up.
just random guesses. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Did Zeke make the Madden top 10? And Micah has responded to the ratings. That's next on your home of America's team with Sean and RJ.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It's a Thursday short show right after Rangers and Marlins. We'll start at about 4 o'clock and we'll hit the expressway. 35 minutes uninterrupted content.
hanging, broke a tackle, crashes in, touchdown, Cowboys.
Saw Brad Sham and Eric Nadel at the service for our buddy Ted Nichols-Payne yesterday. Nadel gets up first to speak, and then the guy after him, who I think is an executive at the NFL Network, because TMP would always talk to me about him when we went out to Oxnard. He'd go out there early and hang out with this guy. He stands up and he's like, "Thanks for making me follow a Hall of Fame professional broadcaster," as he had to follow up with Nadel. But he did a nice job, as did the rest of Ted's family, as we all went out there to honor him yesterday, along with some Tolos as well. Sean and RJ on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. The Madden running back list came out, and Zeke Elliott makes it on the top 10. Makes it in the top 10. Here are the running backs and the overall rating. Have you seen it?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I still don't think you'd be able to recite the top 10 from memory.
I would not even come close.
Okay, so let's just try to guess. Number 1.
Jonathan Taylor.
No.
Derrick Henry.
Yes.
Okay.
Derrick Henry overall with a 97. Number 2.
Taylor.
No. Which I also found surprising. Pat Doney taking Jonathan Taylor as his number 1 running back in the league.
Christian McCaffrey.
McCaffrey was 3, which really surprised me. The fact that McCaffrey was still that high up there, overall with a 96. Of course, I guess you're not getting hurt in video games.
No, you don't. Well, you could, I guess. Nick Chubb.
Nick Chubb was 2.
All right.
So Chubb is 2 with a 96. McCaffrey's 3 with a 96. Jonathan Taylor was 4 with a 95. How about that? Little disrespectful, little TJ Watt disrespect.
It might be.
See if you can guess number 5. NFC.
Dalvin?
Yes.
Okay.
Dalvin Cook, number 5. Number 6, AFC.
AFC number 6. Oh, man.
Super Bowl.
Who was in the Super Bowl? Oh, Joe Mixon?
Joe Mixon was number 6 with a 93 rating. Number 7.
We're getting into,
NFC.
Alvin Kamara?
Alvin Kamara. Are you looking at this list right now?
No, I'm just good.
Number 8, Aaron Jones. Number 9, Austin Eckler. And at number 10, with a rating of an 88, Ezekiel Elliott, who is looking slim and trim. If you look at Kevin Gray's Twitter account with these Zeke videos that are out there. I will say this. Over the last 2 years, and we saw it last year at training camp, Zeke looks like he is in premium shape. The conditioning, the diet, taking all that stuff seriously. We have not heard. It's funny. As soon as Zeke gets everything right off the field, we're ready to boot him out of town because of on the field. And early on, when he was doing it on the field, there were some issues off the field. So he's doing everything right off the field. Now, hopefully, he can stay healthy. And the mission is going to be if he can go back and get that burst. A little bit of burst, a little bit of elusiveness from his early seasons. That's what Zeke Elliott and his Cowboy career is going to be about this year and moving forward, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is. There's one thing that is a major sticking point for Zeke. Not really a sticking point, but it's going to hold him back. Since 2016, he has 200 more carries than the next highest rushing used guy. 200 more.
That far away from Henry?
That far away.
Wow.
1730 to 1550. So that's 180. And then he's got 400 more than number 3, which is Melvin Gordon. He has been overworked and overused, and now he is what?
Or not overworked and overused, and this is the state of the running back. Pound him into the ground.
Pound him in the ground.
DeMarco Murray, thanks. See you later. Get lost.
Yeah, the only difference is that they didn't do that with Zeke. They pounded him in the ground and then signed him.
Yeah, right.
And they gave him an extension.
Right.
So they kind of did it the backwards way. If you were going to do that and give him the extension, you would want to save him.
How old is he?
Zeke. Let's see. What year is this? 2022? I'll say he is 28.
He's 26.
Oh, wow. He's young.
He's still young, and there has to be a season. There has to be a season of burst in those legs, or more burst than what we've seen when we knew he's incapable of 60 or 70-yard runs if he broke away. Yeah. So there he is, still getting some of the respect on that Madden list down there at number 10. Micah Parsons responded to the running back ratings. Troy at Tommy Sledge put out the speed numbers, and this threw some people off. I got Derek Holland DMing me. How is Tony Pollard better than Nick Chubb? I said, that's just the speed. Relax, dog pound. Worry about your quarterback. Worry about your quarterback. Tony Pollard was the 5th fastest running back according to Madden, and Micah had a problem with Derrick Henry being put above Pollard on the list. And Micah, again, these players care about these Madden ratings, except for Deebo Samuel. Micah, Madden, no way in hell y'all got Derrick Henry faster than my man Tony Pollard. No way. So that was Micah chiming in. He also later tweeted, I wish Texas had a Sheetz or a Wawa. So there you go. Is it funny traveling as you did to another part of the country and seeing what their store is, their convenience store of choice is? As I go to Maryland and it's Royal Farms.
I remember Royal Farms.
Royal Farms, best fried chicken there is. I don't know if I'm familiar with Sheetz, Troy.
Yeah. It kind of looks like a Shell gas station. My family, my dad's side from West Virginia, so it's kind of the red and the yellow. As far as a woo-woo, Wawa. Why would you... Micah.
They're really not that great. I don't know why. I mean, Wawa is all throughout.
Coffee's fantastic.
Is it?
It's the coffee that really is.
They got a sandwich. They got a little sandwich section. They'll put together some nice subs.
But you get that at QT here.
Okay.
I guess, but I mean, still, you're in. Go to Buc-ee's. I mean, why is he complaining?
They're not around every corner.
600 miles.
We're talking about every other street, every other corner. That's a Wawa or a Royal Farms. Buc-ee's not readily available.
No, it's like
otherwise it would dominate.
I feel like they are now. I feel like Buc-ee's are being built like every other month.
Give me the closest Buc-ee's to here.
Royce City. No, Royce City. There's one in Royce City. There's one by. There's one
right by me. In
Texas Motor Speedway down the street over there. Yeah.
Down the street, just down the street. TMS. Yeah, I'll just stop there. Go get a brisket sandwich.
Everything's down the street.
28 miles is what my map is showing me the closest one.
Yeah, it's just not readily available, but it blows everything else away.
Of course.
It's without question the best gas station in the world.
Of course.
It's just not as available as, say, a 7-Eleven or a Wawa or Racetrack QT and stuff like that. I saw it when I was remember Stewart's?
No.
The Stewart's shops, they would have like these, like their sherbet or their ice cream, their little candies were just fantastic.
A gas station?
It's like a Wawa. So some of the Wawas don't have gas, right? No, they do now, but like when I was a kid, they didn't. It was just like little convenience stores without gas stations. But that's kind of what this was.
All right, speaking of the NFC East, man, this poor guy. Recap for the younger Tolos. The play-by-play of Nnamdi Asomugha.
Oh, man. This was 2011?
Yes.
We're in San Antonio, and we're sitting in the stands watching practice. And on the field, we spy Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones. Who else was in that grouping there? And we're like, oh, my God, is it happening? Sean, is it happening? Is it happening?
And explain who Nnamdi Asomugha was.
Nnamdi Asomugha was the prized free agent of that offseason. He was an Oakland Raider defensive back who was, at the time, thought of as the best in the NFL, even though anybody with half a brain knew Revis was better. But the Cowboys were in on him, and the Cowboys had him. He was there. He was the guy.
2-time first-team All-Pro, 3-time Pro Bowler. Came out of
Cal?
UC Berkeley.
Yep, Cal.
Round 1, pick 31 in 03.
And so now he was 8 years into the league then.
Yeah, 03 to 2010 with the Raiders.
Yeah, so he was 8 years into the league. And the Cowboys thought they were going to get him. And he winds up flipping at the last minute to Philadelphia. And the dejected look that everybody in Cowboy land had, us included, until he got on the field.
Yep.
Because he was a Fraud.
LaShawn McCoy talking about the moment they knew. That first practice with Nnamdi Asomugha out there with the Cowboys dodging a bullet on the I Am Athlete broadcast.
So when we had Nnamdi, it was his first one-on-one at practice, right? It was Cam. And everybody thought, we got Nnamdi. He sounded like a big-ass deal. So we all looking. We like, ooh, like that type of thing. Like, ooh. So look, but when he went against the tight end, Brent Selleck. Brent was a good tight end. He wasn't like a route runner. He was like this all-together complete, can block, can run a little bit. So when he went against the tight end, we like,
It's the first day?
The first day, we like,
First day.
yo, the tight end hit him with like a post corner. We was like, ah! We like, ah! We look at the gym like,
First day looking bad.
Look, you know how Son is, told you.
I love to hear stories from players of how early they know.
Yeah.
How early they knew in Micah, how early they know that someone's a bust.
Rodney Poole. He came over here. He ran. Jason Witten ran right by him, and Jason Witten scores that touchdown. I was like, get this bum out of here. He was cut the next day. He was literally cut the next day. And this is
From Corpus Christi.
Yeah, Brent Selleck going out there and torching Nnamdi Asomugha on the first day of camp. And Asante Samuel's like, this dude, we knew this dude was a fraud at that point. Come on.
I think he's going into acting now or the arts.
Well, I'm pretty sure he will, considering he's married to Kerry Washington. So, yeah, he probably is going into acting.
Who's Kerry Washington?
Kerry Washington, one of the highest paid television actresses of the last several years. She was in ABC's Scandal.
Oh.
Yeah, so he's got a nice pathway.
So there it is with the Cowboys dodging that. We dodged a lot of bullets.
Yeah.
Every team has this, right? Paxton Lynch, Johnny, Asomugha.
Uh-huh.
Trying to think of some of the other ones.
I don't know about Johnny. Just give him
Randy
a chance.
Moss. We dodged Randy Moss.
Dodge.
Didn't want him. Definitely didn't want him.
The Rangers are back in action, and how you can party with the morning show tonight. Just part of our headlines, the highest rated segment of the show to get you ready for your Thursday and closer to the weekend. Next, right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. But
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Time for headlines on a Thursday, our highest rated segment of the show. It's your radio sports page with Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, where the second half of the baseball season will kick off this morning, with an 11:30 pregame here on The Fan. The Rangers at the Miami Marlins. Which team has a better record?
Marlins.
The Marlins do have a better record. They're 43 and 48. The Rangers are 41 and 49. What did Derek Jeter do and leave there?
I mean, he left them with maybe the best pitcher in baseball. Good old Sandy. But, they're a young team. Like, that was their goal. Their goal was they didn't get much for Stanton, if I remember right. I went and looked up the other day, and I was like, man, I haven't heard really of any of these guys outside of Starley Castro, who was already a big leaguer. But, when you're picking at the top of the draft every year, you're going to get good players. They made the playoffs one time in the COVID shortened season, the 60-game season. Other than that, they were just, trying to get young guys up there and play. And so they left them with a decent cupboard.
But was their blow-up worth it? Who else did they get rid of off that team?
Yelich, Osuna. Oh, man, I'm drawing a blank here on the other player they got rid of. But, they got rid of it's Stanton, duh.
Yeah.
So they got rid of 3 really, really good players. 2 of them were MVPs.
Now, did they have the kid who was a problem child? You sent me an article a couple of weeks ago. Jazz Chisholm.
He is, there was a 90-minute team meeting a couple weeks back. And the entire meeting, evidently, it was leaked, was about how much everybody on the team hated this guy.
He leads them in WAR.
No, he's a good player.
He's got 14 home runs at second base.
He's a fantastic player, but apparently the entire team can't stand him.
Leads them in runs batted in as well with 45.
Yeah, like they don't really have a choice. Like they've got to sit there and take it because this guy's that good.
Oh my God, this guy looks so punchable.
Yeah,
he looks like the baby.
The baby.
He does.
I think he's got. Does he have the Rugi necklace game?
He's got the Rugi necklace game. He's got
the hair, the dyed hair,
the blue raspberry Kool-Aid hair on top. Yeah,
he can play, man. He can play.
So it's going to be an 11:30 pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan with first pitch at 12:10. John Daniels hopped on with the G-Bag Nation, and the Rangers general manager was asked about the decision when drafting a guy with medical issues like Kumar Rocker. Here's JD on the Rangers' next Vandy pitcher.
He actually dominated in the SEC and pitched them into the postseason, and was probably as good as anybody, including Leiter, Jack, his teammate who we drafted. But there was a degradation in kind of his velo and a little bit in stuff. He was every bit as successful pitching at 90, 94 as he had been at the upper levels, but there was some unknown there. We felt that those questions have been answered, and he had surgery, but he had a successful surgery. And once we were able to review the file, and our medical staff felt like this is the type of injury that guys do come back from, that quite frankly our medical staff, our PT group is excellent at helping players with. We felt that I know the industry maybe thought it was a risk. We thought passing on him was the bigger risk, quite frankly, and we didn't want to look back and say, geez, we had an upper rotation starter with just unbelievable competitive makeup sitting there, and we walked by him. And so we were really excited to pull his name.
So there's John Daniels. And that's the medical. Someone's going to be right and someone's going to be wrong.
If you go back and you look at his game-by-game velocity during in college, okay, if you were just go back and look at that, this is from last season. He was at 96, 94. This is average. 96, 94, 90, 91, 92, 95, 94, 92, 92. He had dipped back down. Like he had dipped. And there was concerns over whether the velocity was because of an injury, and it appears that it may have been. If that injury is healed, you're getting a guy who's got velocity that's in the upper 90s. Now, it's not going to stay in the upper 90s for very long. Like Tennessee's had this guy throwing 105. Like, he's going to throw 105 for a couple years. Then he's going to dip back down. Like, Aroldis Chapman used to throw 104. He didn't come close to that anymore. you're not going to be able to sustain that for a long period of time when you're throwing 200 innings a season. It's easy to do that when you're throwing 80. And that's where Rocker's health is going to become a major focal point for this organization.
Jalen Brunson introduced as a New York Knickerbocker, and he was asked how tough was it to leave the Mavericks for the Garden.
Without a doubt. For the longest time, I thought I would never leave Dallas. I thought Dallas was my home for my entire career. And it's a great place. It's a place that I really wanted to be, and I'm so thankful that they took a chance on me. And it was definitely tough. I miss my teammates. That organization is special. The relationships I made there, it was really special. So I'm definitely going to miss it.
Man, it was hilarious being around some of the New Yorkers at this wedding last week, just getting their Brunson reaction, and they are not celebrating it. They are not happy. They are used to bust signings in New York. You know, how many can you name off the top of your head with the big contracts that they have handed out, and no one has been able to bring them back to prominence? And now you have a guy who has never been an all-star and is probably never going to be an all-star, and he's going to make this type of money, the next New York savior. They were not celebrating amongst my friend group from the East Coast.
Well, look, there's two ways to look at this. One, if the Knicks want you as an organization, I don't want you as a player. Okay, so be thankful. The other thing, though, and this is the flip side of it, if Knick fans are unhappy, it's probably a good deal.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so either one of these two is going to come true this year. One of these two. Either the Mavs dodge a bullet or Knick fans are morons. One of the two is true. I do think Knick fans are morons.
Yeah.
But, that's seriously. If the Knicks want you, why would I want you? They have been an awful organization.
I'm trying to just think of some of the names from the past. Amari they signed.
Kemba Walker?
Kemba Walker. Joakim Noah. Eddie Curry.
Yes.
He is signed.
Yes.
What about Steve Francis? Now I'm just randomly throwing out names. I think they've recently, Derrick Rose is more recent. Of course, Carmelo is going to end up in the Hall of Fame, but no one thought that they could win with Carmelo. So just some of the names in New York Knicks history that have busted on that. Now, look, Jalen Brunson's not going to be a bust. He's going to be a 16-point-a-game scorer.
Mm-hmm. You're right. He is.
He's just never gonna score 24 a game.
No, you're right. Oh my God, this list. I found one.
All right.
Chris Child, 6 years, $24 million. This was years ago. Glenn Rice, Eddie Curry, Jared Jeffries, Amari Stoudemire, Joakim Noah, like that. And this is just since 2020. I'm sorry, so since the year 2000 that they've been giving these monies away.
These monies.
Yes.
James Harden, by the way, re-signs with Philadelphia. 2 years, $68 million with a player option built into that. Jimmy Garoppolo is now free to seek out a trade as San Francisco is officially handing the torch to Trey Lance. He underwent surgery on his throwing shoulder in March, and now it's who's left out there and what will the compensation be?
Yeah. Who's left to get? What teams need them? Seattle needs a quarterback.
Well, the thing is, who needs a quarterback for what? Like, if you're Seattle,
if I'm Seattle,
just lose.
I'm just going to lose.
Just lose.
Yeah, I like Jimmy, but Jimmy's got a ceiling. Atlanta, they're in the similar predicament.
Lose.
Miami, though, I think Miami's got a roster where they could win. So if I'm Miami, I consider it.
And you can have some Tua insurance.
Cleveland.
With his former coach from San Fran in Miami.
What about Cleveland? If I'm Cleveland, you know that Deshaun Watson's not going to be around the entire year.
Right. I think that's too much to give up for 8 games or 10 games.
It could be a full year.
I have Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, I know. It could be a full year. You never know what that's going to be. What about Washington or Philadelphia? How much of an upgrade is Jimmy Garoppolo over Jalen Hurts or Carson Wentz?
Yeah, probably no for them.
If you're the Giants, do you take him and say, we don't think Daniel Jones is long for this job? Jimmy Garoppolo's probably better than anything we're going to get in the draft. Maybe, maybe not. Would you go there if you're Jimmy Garoppolo? There's a lot of places.
How old's Jimmy?
28?
30.
Okay.
So keep that in mind.
Yeah.
If he was 26, 27, and you wanted that ceiling of first round of the playoffs, maybe the second round, you go ahead and do it. Otherwise, I want to roll the dice, stink, and get my next quarterback in the draft.
I don't disagree. There's a lot of guys that, he is in that interesting little kind of mid-pack guy.
What, lower than Alex Smith when he was in Kansas City before that 1 year he had? Are we in Alex Smith waters, or was he better? Remember how Kansas City was like, we know we're stuck. We know we got to get out of this, so let's trade him, deal him to Washington, and then they drafted Patty.
I think Alex Smith was a little bit better. I mean, he was crazy efficient. I think Alex Smith's probably a little bit better and more consistent year to year. And definitely, I shouldn't say this because of Alex's injuries, but he was healthier too when he played.
All right, Troy set us up for the Brew Crew Tour that continues tonight in Choppy's Hood.
That's right. Tonight, the Fans Brew Crew will be out and about one more time. SoFi Brewing Company in downtown Roanoke. It kicks off at 6 o'clock until 9 o'clock. And, of course, everyone's asking, what about the pint glasses? The Fans Brew Crew pint glasses will be available while supplies last. So come out and see us tonight, SoFi Brewing Company. Not only for the brewers, but they have a great menu as well.
Well, how do you spell the beginning of it?
Soul Fire.
Okay.
SOUL.
FIRE.
Soul Fire Brewing Company.
Soul Fire. So get a brew, have some food in your gullet, and then, shortly after 9 o'clock, we'll make the pilgrimage down the street to RJ's house.
All right, there we go. This is, it's right in like a food court kind of thing. All right, it's called Oak Street Food and Brew.
Okay.
All right, and there's all kinds of basically food, pop-up food truck kind of spots. They're not food trucks. They're
it says
they're brick and mortar.
This is a food hall.
Yeah, so it's pretty good. There used to be
ice cream. Hot potato gourmet fries, hot taco and hot dog, Creole cuisine, Wings Daddy, the Codfather. Oh, I like whoever's naming this.
Yeah.
Pho. We got some pho out there as well.
Is it pho or pho?
I don't know.
It's pho.
It's the hot Vietnamese soup.
Yes, it is. It is. Apparently, it's great at 2 a.m. if you're loaded. Cures the hangover if you get those. I don't really get those. There used to be a great burger spot in here, which is gone now thanks to the pandemic. I'm excited about this. I could roll down there and walk. It's less than 2 miles from my house.
What are you going to drink?
That's a good question.
Did you try an IPA last time?
Last time I was, yes, I did. Yes, I do. I am starting to enjoy an IPA a little bit more. But they've got liquor. They have liquor here, so I might partake in some.
There's
of that.
23 beers here.
Yeah,
23 different ones. So there you go. Raspberry bikini, the peel it back, blackberry cider,
baby.
Pilsner. What are you going with?
You know what I'm going with? The BA Hellface 2. Just a nice, simple stout. 11.5 ABV.
God.
With if you don't know, that's basically 3 beers in one glass.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like 3 regular beers in one glass.
So you're definitely staying at my house today.
I'm gonna sip it for the 3 hours I'm there.
Headlines on a Thursday here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Some old school jerseys are coming back to the NFC East. See if you are a fan or not. How should the Cowboys follow suit in changing up their jersey like a lot of these other teams? And why is Cowboys training camp getting criticized and called out? We'll take you inside the star and the division on your home of America's team next.
Hey, what's going on? state-of-the-art weight loss, a.k.a. soda. Also, Rubin and Associates. We've all probably felt this one time or another, Tolos. The feeling of dread to start the day when it comes to credit card debt or maybe a missed mortgage or car payment. Rubin and Associates can help you find a way out. Call them today at 1-800-LAWYERS or DallasTexasLegal.com. Get your freedom and your life back with Rubin and Associates.
All these NFL teams coming out with a little jersey change up. I thought the Cincinnati Bengals ones were awesome. The white and black. I love them. The Carolina Panthers with their black helmets. And then yesterday I saw a video come out with Lawrence Taylor delivering the old school look to Saquon Barkley in the Giants locker room of those 90s blue Giants uniforms.
Hideous.
The Giants fans I sent them to, they loved it.
Yeah, they loved it. They're morons. It's like, I didn't understand why the Jets went back to their hideous Jets uniforms where it said Jets on the side instead of the white helmets they had back in the Namath era and the last 25 years. It was just it's a terrible look. Nobody likes the 80s.
Oh,
nobody thinks the fashion of the 80s was any good.
Thank you. I think everything 80s was overrated.
The 90s music blows the 80s music out of the water. Not even close. The fashion of the 90s was terrible on its own, but still, nobody liked the Rockies. Remember the Rockies, Troy? The pants?
Rocky Mountains.
The girls that would wear with no pockets in the back. They're terrible. Nobody liked those. And the last thing you want to do is have some, dopey uniforms that were designed basically for the 80s. And that's what those Giants uniforms were. Late 70s, 80s, early 90s were just this Giants on the side. The Phil Simms ones, they're horrible.
Yeah, but there were some 80s, uniforms that were sick, which is why it sucks we have to wait till 2023 in order to see the creamsicles.
Bucks.
Because that's when we have to I'm praying. I'm praying that Tom Brady somehow says, you know what? I'm going to wait on the broadcast thing, and I'm going to play in 2023 so I can wear creamsicle.
What should the Cowboys throw back to? I have my choice, my pick.
You have the white helmet with the blue star?
Whatever they wore 94 with the star on the shoulder pads, when Sam Fran threw back to that, I just can't get that out of my mind. The rivalry, I loved both uniforms on there. The games were epic, and I would like to throw back to that. I know it's white and blue classic right now, but I would like that throwback. I just picture Aikman wearing that uniform.
I liked it. I liked the one that 95.
Or what else could be adjusted that's new to like the helmet? I know that we're talking about sacred ground here, sacred territory. We can't mess with the helmet. Jerry would freak out, but what could you do where we all be like, whoa, that was an awesome adjustment for a season?
I would.
You can't make it black.
No. I would not touch the helmet. There's an iconic level to that. Like these baseball teams are doing those City Connect jerseys and stuff like that. The Yankees don't change their jersey. They don't change that up. They keep it the same. And then the Cowboys are in
Lakers
that same.
Do.
Yeah, the Lakers do.
They've gone black and different colors with it.
They have. Did they have like a Sunday jersey? They would wear certain colors on Sunday.
I think it was all white.
The all white.
They were sweet.
Yeah, I just some of the logo of the star on the helmet I think is so iconic. You just don't mess with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, you probably don't want to mess with the logo. I mean, I would love to see something drastic, at least for one game. I love the salute to service jerseys that the Cowboys have available. I think those just look incredible. Obviously, it's going to be a hot button topic by some people because, you're supporting the military. But if I was to bring something back, the seafoam green. Bring back the seafoam cowboy pants. I would love to see those back.
The what?
Seafoam. It was kind of like a greenish blue.
Oh, yeah.
The seafoam.
Yeah.
That's I want to see those brought back. Now, maybe not the entire, I don't know about the jersey and pants, but I would love to see more seafoam.
This one right here. The way
yeah,
these look.
Yeah, it was a little bit darker, right? I guess the pants are a little darker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that. That had a 70s element to it. Yeah, I like that.
This time next week, we'll be in Oxnard. We'll be doing show number 2 next Thursday from Cowboys training camp right here on your home for America's team. Why is their training camp getting called out? Why is someone spending time writing an article about where we're going and where the Cowboys are getting ready for the season?
Obviously, because this person has never been there.
Right.
The headline of the article, Sean, the Cowboys' terrible training camp location once again stands out as awful when compared to the NFL.
Who wrote this? What website?
Bro Bible.
Bro Bible.
One guy named Grayson Weir.
Okay.
He is an idiot.
And he goes on to talk about, the training camp dates of all 32 teams. And he says, in fact, 31 of the 32 teams will hold their camps at either their stadium, at a fully equipped training complex, a collegiate campus, or a top-tier private high school. The only team not holding their training camp at a legitimate facility is the Dallas Cowboys. Once again, standing out as different. They'll be held at the Marriott Residence Inn in Oxnard. Practices held on the River Ridge playing fields. The Cowboys, worth $5.7 billion, are holding their training camp in a 3-star hotel and on fields that are not even close to NFL standards. It's so terrible, Michael Gallup almost broke his entire body during camp last July. It sits at the corner of a golf course tucked between 2 tennis courts and real estate development with red-roofed houses. Truly inadequate, and after almost losing one of their top receivers, one would think Jerry Jones would switch things up in 2022. He did not. This guy is a moron, okay? His bio, associate editor covering all 5 major sports and every niche sport imaginable, found primarily in the college space. I don't drink coffee. I wake up jacked. I like that last line. It is a magnificent facility. Now, the hotel sucks.
The hotel sucks.
It doesn't matter. You're out there. It's 70 degrees. You get all kinds of work done in the world. You can't. If the Cowboys traded a
Why wouldn't they just do it
school,
at the Star in Frisco? You're inside.
Because there's only one field.
Yeah.
You have 2 fields here.
Right.
To work with.
The only thing I could think, I don't know this. Broadus could tell me if he's listening. Does he have a point with the field? I don't know the quality of this field, of whether it's
on the grass. It's a grass field. It's a grass field.
Yeah.
Is it short on the end zones, like with the fence line behind it? Yeah, it might be a little bit short.
It's not AstroTurf.
It's not AstroTurf. It's a grass field.
Yeah.
You're practicing on grass versus turf. That's good for your body. It's much better for your body. They're being able to practice outside in the elements, even though it's only 75 degrees. It's at least sunshine. You're in the sun.
I've never heard anyone complain. I've never heard any player complain about the conditions.
Oh, they love it. They may not like the hotel,
right?
But you're free of distractions of family. If you're training at the Star, you go home. You've got duties to deal with the kids, the family, the wife, whatever. You don't have that in Oxnard.
They go to the beach when they want.
It's the best setup they could have. It really is. Now could they improve the facility? Sure.
Yeah.
Put some money into it. Tell Joe Jerry wants to improve the facility. Have him put some money into it. He can do that easily. Move the fences back.
Did he rank these? Am I supposed to believe that this guy?
He did not rank.
At a website that we like for prep, Bro Bible, has gone to all the training camp facilities. Has he went and checked them all out across the country?
He did not.
Look, I've been to Kansas City's, the hottest one imaginable. It was awful. I've been to Kansas City's. I've covered the Washington ones and the Ravens. The temperature of what we're going to just beats everyone else. Now, someone will always come back and say, that's why the Cowboys aren't tough. They don't practice in 103. They should be outside here.
Yeah.
They should be experiencing DFW and having guys, learn to, toughen up with the elements. I've never heard anyone complain about it.
No,
So.
like, do you really think? So, take for example, the Steelers are training at St. Vincent College. The Buffalo Bills are training at St. John Fisher College. Do you think old NAIA over there has got top tier facilities?
Right.
Like, are we really? Is that what we're saying here?
Yeah.
The Cowboys get 2 fields to work on. Do all these other teams get 2 fields to work on that are right next to each other?
Right.
I would think not.
So there it is, a little Cowboy criticism coming from the internet for training camp that's starting with our coverage next Wednesday morning. We'll do the show here Tuesday, fly out, and then Wednesday morning, bam, right there on the fields. CBS Sports, we did this just for the Cowboys yesterday, but the 3 questions every team in the division needs to answer. Let's go to Filthy. Is Jalen Hurts ready to throw the ball more? Question number 1. I think I asked Bobby Bell, Lamar or Hurts with a throw to determine your life.
Oh, Lamar, not even close.
Oh, he said Jalen Hurts, not even close.
Bobby Sports takes. It came. They're the worst in the world.
Oh my!
That is his quarterback takes and his Jeter take is among the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Got stuck in my mouth.
Wow. So Hurts versus Lamar. I definitely think Lamar's a better thrower. I disagreed with him on that.
Of course.
So is Hurts ready to throw the ball more? Number 2, does Jonathan Gannon have a plan for his new pieces? That is the Eagles' defensive coordinator. And number 3, who is starting at safety? The Giants questions. What does Daniel Jones have to do to stick around beyond 2022? 2, what is expected of Brian Daboll this year? The offensive coordinator coming over from Buffalo, along with the assistant GM. This is the Buffalo Bills regime now in the Meadowlands. And then 3, who is expected to defend the pass after they lost some members of the secondary? And then the 3 questions for the Commanders. What is Carson Wentz here to do? Is there enough of a plan at receiver after Terry McLaurin got paid? They got Curtis Samuel and the first-rounder Jahan Dotson. Is the secondary up to the task as they're paying big bucks for Kendall Fuller and William Jackson III? So you compare all those questions to the Cowboys ones of is the offensive line healthy? Will Tony Pollard's role actually expand? And is CeeDee Lamb ready to be the guy? So those are the questions, according to CBS, around the NFC East.
Yep. And, there is obviously the questions around the other teams all center around their quarterback. Our questions, thankfully, don't. And that, to me, is the difference in why I have never been more confident in a team winning a division than this one.
Ooh.
Only because...
So the streak will be broken. Back-to-back division winners.
Broken. It will be broken.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Here on Sean and RJ, we are live on YouTube, live on Twitch, and live on the fan cam as well. So training camp coverage is going down starting next Wednesday morning. We'll have our insiders from DallasCowboys.com. We'll have the different guys on the different shows stopping by. I am excited for Chiafalo and Woolchuck now. I think this is going to be a big party edition on the road, especially Chiafalo.
Yeah.
I was at the station gathering with him a couple of weeks ago, and he seems so genuinely excited about any topic you bring up. I could be like, have you guys noticed the saltine on these crackers? And Eric would be like, yeah! Whoa! He's like legitimately excited about it. Yeah. It was refreshing.
It is. They're still green. Yeah, they still look at things with
not jaded yet,
with an optimistic eye.
That's it.
Yeah,
they're very happy. They're just glad that you're talking to them.
Yeah,
that's really what it is. So I'm excited about those two fools as well.
And Woolchuck seems fun.
Woolchuck seems a lot of fun, and I think if you get him, he's more fun than you know. I've got some stories.
Some baby doll stories?
No, not baby doll stories.
Not baby dolls.
Some other stuff.
I have a feeling that, Sean, you're going to butt heads with Zachy. Because, man, when he has a strong sports point and you have a strong sports point, I think you'll have a good debate. I think he may be your Jared Sandler 2.0.
Oh, yeah.
I really do think he'll be your Jared Sandler 2.0.
Man, we had one text argument with Zach. It was so I don't know if you were on it. It was something with Sandler. God, he was so annoying. He just went back down. Was
it not about the fantasy football?
No, that wasn't even an argument. He was dead wrong on that. Yeah. But so Woolchuck doesn't back down.
Not that I know he doesn't. I mean, he'll come at you.
Jesse Holly and Broadus were texting me during the Cowboy facility segment. Jesse, he would know. Grass field 1,000,000 times better for your body and knees than turf of any kind. We loved the fields in Oxnard. The weather is so much better to get quality work done as it pertains to practice. And then Broadus said, what do you need to know? Because I remember Broadus talking to, this is how detailed this mofo is. We're like walking around trying to pick out what seafood restaurant, what pizza place. And he's like talking to Cowboy officials about the turf. Like, is there some slippage here? There's some gaps here. He's like breaking down the knowledge of the fields. And we're going to bring all that knowledge to California in 1 week. We're also going to bring you a brand new game.
Oh, baby. I love games.
To get RJ excited about. Troy has come up with it, and we'll unveil it next with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Q.
or special event, no matter the size. From start to finish, the Texas Authority and Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
All right, it's time to grade the Rangers' first half at 8 o'clock this morning as they kick off the second half of the season this afternoon, 11:30 pregame. I think Bassick should just come in here and co-host the final hour of the show.
Yeah, I think he should.
Since he isn't going to do any work on his regular show. So that's Rangers-Marlins today, 12:10 first pitch on the Fan. We'll grade the Rangers' first half at 8 o'clock, but right now it is time for a brand new game on Sean and RJ.
It's time to play the hottest game in the Metroplex, not named high-low. Name that athlete. And here's your host, Troy Hughes.
Oh, thank you very much, Random Voice Guy. I am so excited, and I'm very happy to welcome you to the debut of Name That Athlete on 105.3 The Fan. Man, the excitement is just pouring over me. Basically, the excitement of the hatred that will come from the toxicity of social media over this game, because it's not high-low. But that's fine. That's why we're doing a brand new game with our contestants, the High-Low Hall of Famer, RJ Choppy, and you, Sean. Okay, so this is how Name That Athlete works. It's quite simple. There are 5 categories. I will name the 5 categories. You will select which category you want. I will then give you a clue, and then at that time, you guys will wager how many seconds of an audio clip you need in order to name that athlete.
Ooh.
If you get it correct, you get 1 point. If you get it incorrect, your opponent gets the other point.
Oh!
First one to 3 wins the debut of Name That Athlete. Any questions?
Nope.
No.
Okay, so we are good. All right, then. Here we go. Name That Athlete on 105.3 The Fan. Here are today's categories. Want to play a game? Texas ties. What might have been? For all the wrong reasons, and Diamond Dudes. We'll start with Sean Sharif. Which topic would you like to go with today?
Hey, can you just say the categories one more time?
Sure thing. Want to play a game? Texas ties. What might have been? For all the wrong reasons, and Diamond Dudes.
Diamond Dudes. Let's go with Want to play a game.
Oh, it's very War Games of you.
All right. Want to play a game. Don't beat yourself up, Black and Blue, either because you can't name him or because your friends wouldn't let you play him. Sean, you start the wagering. How many seconds of a clip for you to name that athlete?
I will need 5 seconds.
Okay, so you can name that athlete. You'll say, oh, RJ, I can name that athlete in 5 seconds.
I can name that athlete in 5 seconds.
And then I have to say I could do it in 4?
I can name that athlete in 4. Or you can say, Sean, name that athlete.
Sean, name that athlete.
Ooh, all right, Sean, you have 5 seconds to name that athlete for 1 point. Here we go.
I wasn't Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders is a good friend. He is a very good friend.
Bo Jackson.
Oh.
Wow. That's correct.
Wow, I wasn't even on the radar.
There you go.
Okay, so the want to play a game. How did Bo fit into that category?
Well, don't want to play a game. Don't beat yourself. Black and Blue. Of course, the Raiders and the Royals, and your friends wouldn't let you play him because, as you know, if you play Tecmo Bowl, no one would let you play that game as Bo Jackson. All right. 1 point for Sean. You only need 2 more points to win the first ever Name That Athlete. All right, RJ Choppy, where do you want to go next? Texas ties, what might have been for all the wrong reasons, or Diamond Dudes?
Let's try Diamond Dudes.
All right, Diamond Dudes. In his hometown, it's a sin if you don't know him, no matter how you feel about him.
I can name that athlete in 2 seconds.
Name that athlete.
Oh, this is a good one. In 2 seconds, RJ, name that athlete.
The Dodgers came in right after them.
Oh, that was a mistake.
I thought you knew it after the clue.
Bryce Harper.
He did.
God dang it! What was the first clue?
Sin, Vegas.
Oh,
Yes,
Vegas.
in his hometown, it's a sin if you don't know him, no matter how you feel. Phil, as in Phillies, about him. All right, we are tied up. This is great. Name that athlete on 105.3 The Fan. Sean, you have one. RJ, you have one. Sean, it's your turn. Where are we going this time? We have Texas ties. What might have been for all the wrong reasons.
All the wrong reasons.
For all the wrong reasons, Sean, here we go.
Troy, you're really good at these clues.
Thank you very much.
Bad at everything else. But
Oh, you mofo. Don't try rushing to an answer with this one. Bear in mind, you'll have plenty of time to hash it out with your wagering.
I can name this athlete.
I can name that athlete.
I can name that athlete in 4 seconds.
Oh. What was the category here?
For all the wrong reasons.
For all the wrong reasons. Go ahead. Name that athlete.
Okay. So, Sean, you need to name this. Was that in 4 seconds? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. 4 seconds. Name that athlete.
Mark Cuban actually said he would consider it, and I actually would.
Crap. Rushing bear. All the wrong reasons. Is it Cedric Benson?
Oh.
I don't know why he'd be talking about Mark Cuban.
It is not. The answer we were looking for is Brittany Griner. Brittany Griner is who we were looking for. Don't try rushing, Russian. Baylor Bear. And you'll have plenty of time to hash
well
it
done.
out.
Well,
Troy's accent got me.
yeah.
Rushing.
Rushing.
Yeah, I had to throw that in there.
So I get a point.
You get a point, and not only that, but RJ, you are 1 point away from being the inaugural champion of Name That Athlete. All right, RJ, we have 2 categories left. Which one?
Let's go for the throat here.
All right, Texas ties or what might have been?
Texas ties.
Texas ties, RJ Choppy. His game isn't defined by what he's done in the air, but what he's accomplished on the ground, and I'm sure that's something you, not he, can live with.
I can name that athlete in 4 seconds.
Okay. I can name the athlete in 3 seconds.
Well, sir. Boy, you got to go down swinging, don't you? Go ahead.
All right, Sean, you need to name this athlete in 3 seconds. If not, RJ Choppy is the champion. Sean, name that athlete.
I had a dinner meeting one time with Chubby Chandler.
That didn't sound like who I was about to guess. Ground, Texas ties. I was going to say Lance Armstrong.
Oh, that's a good one.
Come on, please.
It is not Lance Armstrong. It is Jordan Spieth. Jordan Spieth he isn't defined by what he's done in the air.
Yep.
Jordan, things on the ground, and sure, it's something you, not he, can live with.
Oh,
there you go.
All right, do you have any leftover ones?
I do have a leftover one. Let's go with what might have been. RJ will appreciate this one. Country band Little Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Released the ballad What Might Have Been in 1993, which is ironic when you consider what might have been with this individual had he come to Texas in 2017.
You want to just play the clip?
I think it's gonna be Nick Saban.
Okay.
It is not Nick Saban.
This is a full-time job. It's not like back in the day where you just come in training camp and get in shape. This is, you have to stay in shape year-round, continue to challenge yourself, because if you're not doing the work, someone else out there is. So that's what I love about this job.
I have no idea.
What might have been if he had come to Texas in 2017? The first word of that song, what might have been? What? As in TJ Watt? There you go.
Well done. Thank you, Troy Hughes.
Wow, well done. Well done.
877-881-1053, truckrec.com text line.
I'm surprised by you, RJ. I mean, I would.
You expect me to kick a little?
That's a great reference. Seriously, I thought you would be going crazy right now. You are now known as the first ever Name That Athlete champion.
Man, I didn't feel like I won. I didn't do anything at the end. Like, I won by default. Okay. 2 of my points.
You're being walked off the stage. Never mind. Although you're about as entertaining as the ESPYs.
The ESPYs last night. Exactly. So Steph Curry apparently hosting the ESPYs. Dick Vitale was going viral. Let me hear this Steph Curry on Grant Williams?
Yeah, of all the people.
What?
Of all the people there last night, Steph Curry on stage with a drink in his hand was going after, Tom Brady. Yes. LeBron James. Got it. The Celtics own Grant Williams?
Grant Williams, I see you in the building. It's great to see you again, my man. Hey, I know you like this color. I'll let you borrow it after I'm done. But I might even let you wear a ring. You might.
Okay.
All right. I didn't know. Does anybody in that building know who Grant Williams is?
No. He is? And the only reason you know him is because he played at your school.
Yeah, he plays for the Celtics.
That's it.
6'7", forward. Like, you can shoot a little bit. Like, if he didn't go to Tennessee, I probably wouldn't know who he is.
Grade the first half of the Texas Rangers season. 877-881-1053, truckrec.com text line. Rangers first half grades and Scott Boras on why we should bring back the big lefty Joey Gallo. All of that next on your home of the Rangers. Sean and RJ coming at you on The Fan.
But let's get you.
Odyssey app.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, where the Rangers will start the second half of their season this afternoon. 11:30 pregame, 12:10 first pitch, right here on this radio station. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Troy Hughes with you. The grade that you would give the Rangers throughout the first half of the season. Of course, they're going to take on the Marlins. The Marlins have a few more wins than we do. Is that a good thing if I tell you at the beginning of the year, midway point, the Marlins have more wins than us? That would not be good, right? You'd be surprised.
I don't know that. I don't know, but they're a little bit further ahead in their rebuild. So I don't know that I've been surprised by that. I think they're about the same. There's a little bit of a the Orioles are the one that's troubling. Even though they're further ahead in their rebuild as well, they've been so bad and they have just been red hot. You could see the future with the Orioles.
The Marlins have lost 3 in a row. They just got swept by the Phillies coming into this series today. And the Rangers are 8 games under, 41-49. Let's just give you a reset of where things are. In the American League West, you get the wild card. I'll take care of the rest of the standings. The Armpit leads the way. Astros are up 9 games in the West. The Mariners, the hottest team in the entire sport, winning 14 in a row. 14 straight. They're 9 games back still. They're 9 games over 500. The Rangers are 17.5 games back of the Astros. The Angels are 20.5 back, and the Athletics are 28 games back. In the American League overall, the Yankees are leading the way. They're 13 games up on the Rays. The Rays are 10 games over 500. The Blue Jays, who have already fired their manager, 7 games over 500. And then you have the Boston Red Sox, 3 games over 500. The Orioles, which we'll get to in a second, they're 500 exactly, and they're 8-2 in their last 10. The Twins lead the Central by 2. The Guardians are in second. Tony La Russa's White Sox are in third at 46-46. So that's where things stand. In the NL, the Mets lead by 2.5. The Brewers are up a half a game on the Cards, and the Dodgers are leading the Padres by 10. 60-30 for the Dodgers, and the Yankees lead baseball with 64 wins.
All right, wild card, Rays in the American League, 1.5 clear of the third spot at 51-41. Then the Mariners are a game clear, and then the Blue Jays hold that third wild card spot, and they're 2 clear of Boston. So you've got 3 other AL East teams right there within 2 games of the wild card. The Guardians and then the Orioles at 3.5 back. The Rangers 7.5 back of that last wild card spot.
All right. First half grade for the Rangers from the Tolos at 877-881-1053. What letter do you see the most popping up there?
C. C is the grade that is popping up the most. They're playing basically just average baseball. You know, like they're now, even though they're below 500, they're very inconsistent. You know, they'll go on a little bit of a stretch. They'll win, 7 of 10, and they'll lose 8 of 10.
Yeah.
It's just a very inconsistent kind of stretch. It's what happens to young teams, to teams that are in a rebuild. I didn't expect them to win 80 games this year. 73 was their number in Vegas. They're kind of projecting towards somewhere, just below that. This is what they are right now. When you have $500 million tied up in 3 guys, and 2 of them couldn't hit in April to save their lives, what'd you really expect?
I think we all agree that C is the fairest grade. I can't go C plus because they're 8 games under. They were sitting there close to 500. I could go C plus, maybe B minus, but ESPN.com came out with all their grades. They gave the Rangers a C. Are they going to make the playoffs? No. Do they still need a lot of help in the rotation? Yes. Are things going in the right direction? Remains to be seen. Seager and Simeon picked things up after sluggish starts. Simeon in particular was awful in April, 157 with no home runs. So we'll see where the final numbers end up before passing judgment. It has also been a rough go for some of the top prospects. Jack Leiter has had big-time control issues at AA, while Josh Young tore a labrum in spring training and is yet to play. Throw in the unknown status of Martin Perez. Is he going to be traded? Long-term deal. Is he going to be this good again? And the Rangers' future remains murky. You agree with a C?
I do. The future does remain murky. We don't know where they are and where they're going and who they're going to try to sign this coming off season, or some of the guys that are in the farm system that you thought were going to be, here by now or close to being here by now. Where are they? Josh Young had the injury. Jack Leiter can't find the plate. So there's murky waters around here, and now it becomes part of what this franchise is going to do. Are they going to? Is the ownership going to allow them to spend another $500 million this offseason? Would you say at the moment that the return on investment was worth it for Semien and Seager?
No.
I would agree. I mean, they haven't played to a $500 million level. So if you're the ownership of this team, are you going to say to JD and Chris Young, hey, man, here's another $500 million?
Yeah. And you told us these guys would be worth it, although you knew you would have to overspend.
You had to overspend, and Semien was a guy that was a little bit older, that nobody else was going to go 7 years with him, I don't think.
Supposed to be a leadership guy.
Yep. Now, Seager had injury history. He hadn't really shown the injuries, which is good. So he had injury problems in L.A., but he was a very good player, and he had some upside to him too.
Look, Seager's on pace to hit 44 home runs.
Yeah, he's not having a bad year. I mean, he is not. He didn't have the greatest start. Neither one had the greatest start to their season.
Problem is he's a career 290 hitter, and he's hitting 40 points below that.
That'll do it. That will do it. His
career OPS is at 862. This year he's 804.
I think over 800 is good, but for the kind of money you gave him, you want something like, I would want more like 900 OPS, and that's just. But 900 OPS, that's Juan Soto. He's in the 900s. In fact, his career low is like 920.
And his WARs with the Dodgers were 6, 5.6, 4, 3.7 last year. This year it's a 2.8. So,
yeah, 6 is good. I mean, 6 is tremendous. 5 is very, very good. You want to get above 4, above 5 if you can. And he'll probably, let's say 2.8 halfway through. I mean, he's trending towards that. But I think that you're going to come to a situation where the ownership's going to ask, well, did we get the ROI that we wanted on these guys? And if we didn't, then you're not going to spend that kind of money again.
Right.
And that's the problem with spending that kind of money, is that you sometimes get gun shy. You sometimes get a little bit timid for spending that money again, and that's what you don't want to have happen.
Playoff odds. What percent?
The Rangers? Oh, gosh. 3%.
3% on the dot. 3%. ESPN.com. What has to go right for them to contend? Their starters need to consistently pitch deeper into games. Ranger relievers have thrown the 8th most innings in the majors this year, and they need to play up to their competition as a whole. Rangers were swept in a 4-game series against the Red Hot Mariners heading into the break, now 2-8 against the AL West rivals this year. They're also 3-8 against the Astros. So 2-8 against Seattle, 3-8 against the Armpit. Perhaps that's a sign this team is simply not ready to contend yet, despite the offseason splurges. Which prospects are vital to the future? The Rangers were the talk of the draft after taking Kumar Rocker, the collegiate arm who famously did not sign with the Mets. He joins Jack Leiter, former Vanderbilt teammates. But Leiter has a 6.30 ERA and has walked 30 batters through his first 50 innings in AA. Let me say it again. AA ball, he's got a 6.30 ERA and has walked 30 hitters through his first 50 innings. Rocker has compiled only a handful of innings in independent ball, coming off a minor shoulder procedure last September. Both are 22. They need to develop quickly while their new stars remain in their prime.
Oh,
man, those are some bad numbers for Leiter.
Yeah, not good. Not good. But look, I mean, he is pitching at a higher level than he ever has before. It's about adjustments. when you jump up leagues, a lot of times you'll have bad stretches. If he has a bad stretch this time next year, like if he's still, then there's cause to panic. If we're in the next season and or even let's just say like August, September. Let's go September. Late in the season, or early next year if he's not up here. has a terrible spring. Then you might panic. But now, I mean, just jumping leagues, I'm not losing my mind.
Before we leave the Rangers, Scott Boras, the super agent on the show podcast, was talking about Joey Gallo. Does he need a change of scenery with the disaster that's happening in New York?
We all know Joey's gifted. We know he's a multiple Gold Glove outfielder. We know he has extraordinary power. We know that he's hit 40 home runs in multiple seasons. The skill, the talent, and everything is there. The question is, what do we do to get the execution potential to a higher level, to a normal standard? And in doing so, my job is that I can't worry about what Cash is going to do or the Yankees are going to do. My job is to communicate with Joey as best we can, go through the dynamic of what he's saying to us, get him as much as information as we can so that, he can progress where he's at. I tell players, I'm not here to talk about what life would be beyond what uniform you're wearing. And the job is to, he had a nice home run the other day. And, defensively, he's been playing at very, very high levels. And he gets on base a lot because he's walking at rates now that he was before. So we certainly have things to work on. But as far as what the Yankees are going to do, I do know that there are a lot of teams that feel that Joey, in their market, in their uniform, would be more of the normal than what he is in New York. But right now, the idea, he's on a winning team. He's on a team that's doing very well. He can be a major contributor to it, and really the job of us is to get him to most comfortable and get him back to being at his norm.
He had a nice home run the other day. And we always talk about why you should listen to the station for the Cowboys coverage. It's even more obvious with Rangers coverage. As soon as Joey Gallo went to the Yankees, our insiders and people closely associated with this team said it would be a disaster. Wrong city, wrong fit. Immediately. People that knew him said it's not going to work. This is not the right place to go. And it appears he needs to get up out of there. Now, look, he's not going to stop striking out ever. He's not going to hit for a high average, but the walls have closed in there. You follow them pretty closely. Did Bassett talk you into Joey Gallo coming back here should the Rangers go out and want to get him, as he's hitting 164 with 98 strikeouts?
In the last 129 pitches in the strike zone, he has 4 hits. 2 of them aren't hits. One of them was a pop-up that the Red Sox right fielder lost in the sun. And then the other one was a ball off the end of the bat that got by the pitcher and into a shift that nobody was covering. So he has 2 legitimate hits in his last 129 pitches in the strike zone.
Wow.
This is the worst everyday hitter in baseball. And you absolutely take him back.
What?
Because he's still...
Yeah, how much are you writing off to him being broken or the New York factor playing in?
I don't put much into the New York factor. I know a lot of people do. But, there's no doubt something's gone wrong with him. That said, this is still a guy whose OPS plus is a 111. 100 is the league average. So he's still career-wise, better than that. This year, way below. Last year with the Yankees, way below. What was he last year with the Rangers? He had a 138. He gets to New York, 94. Like, something's gone on with him. Now, maybe he's trying to pull the ball too much in Yankee Stadium. I don't know. But yeah, I would take a chance. Like, 40 home run guys don't grow on trees.
The big joke yesterday going around the internet, the Anthony Rizzo Foundation is auctioning a 30-minute hitting lesson with Rizzo, Aaron Judge, and Stanton, and Yankee fans were thinking about bidding and donating it to Joey.
Yeah, that's well done. Well done. Hey, here's the thing. If you can't hit in that lineup,
in that stadium,
he's getting fastballs like left and right. You want to pitch to Joey Gallo or Aaron Judge? You pitch to Joey Gallo all day, and he still can't hit. Like there's something wrong. There's a hole in his swing, whatever it is.
All right, Troy has an Aggie arrest that his football team is dealing with.
Yeah, we'll move on.
Dave Chappelle, is he getting canceled again? And a Texas university allowing you to go and study Harry Styles 101.
Oh.
That's all next with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan. But first...
to you by our good friends at Tolbert Garage Doors. Also, Frankel and Frankel, you think there'll be less big company trucks on the road this summer? Because of the gas prices, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel and Frankel at truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
Sean and RJ, happy Thursday to y'all. Looks like my rain excitement went away in the first 2 minutes of the show.
Yeah. We did get some text that it was raining north of town, like north of downtown. So like in 635 north of DFW Airport. We got some reports of precipitation.
And it's not done. Not done. Still a chance of some spotty showers later this afternoon.
And then, of course, tonight, it's going to be another stop on the Brew Crew tour, your neck of the woods.
6 to 9. Love that time. 6 to 9 p.m. Brew Crew hits up Soul Fire Brewing in Roanoke, right there on Oak Street, right inside Oak Street Food and Brew. Myself and the great Troy Hughes will be out there. Hoping to get Chiafalo on the way home. Him getting out there as well, but he hasn't committed yet.
With his chauffeur, Brian Broadus, his driver.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you what? I got a phone call a couple weeks ago. Hey, it's Broadus. You're on speaker. You're on speaker with Eric. They're carpooling. They carpool every day for the show. I think they're like 5 or 8 minutes from each other. So they're
Really?
Yeah.
Did Broadus move? I guess he did.
I believe he did.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So they're close to each other, and I believe they carpool. That would make things awkward if you got in a big show fight, big show argument. You got to ride home. Got to ride home with the person.
Yeah.
Although maybe it would cause you to stay away from the argument or the disagreement during the show.
It might.
Because you're like, I got to go home.
Yeah, then you got to chip in for gas.
It's like
your turn for gas.
It's like when you go on, you're going on vacation, and you maybe want to try to dodge the fight like the day before, so the flight's not awkward and sucks. You just go ahead and swallow your pride and let the argument happen.
In a relationship? Oh, I think the day before vacation is the perfect time for a fight. It's all going to be
explained.
It's going to go away immediately once you get on vacation.
No, it will follow you to your vacation.
Oh, see, you're not getting drunk enough.
Okay, well, that may be the other problem there. So, hey, by the way, maybe they're saving on gas. If you guys didn't see, Texas, the average cost for a gallon of gas right now, right at $4, which is shocking compared to where it was months ago. AAA yesterday said there is a possibility, maybe, sometime in the near future, it could go under $3.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Heck yeah.
Oh, we got to do that study on today's costs versus yesteryear. We'll get to that in a second after, and it does say 45% chance of rain today.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be spotty. I mean, don't expect to go out into a tsunami this afternoon.
Yeah.
So you're going to get maybe a drizzle here, a drizzle there, but I wouldn't grab your rubbers.
No, I wouldn't either. Waste of time.
Let's move on to Troy's Aggies dealing with a little police issue.
Nah, I think we're good.
Come on.
Fine, whatever.
We're a news station.
Yeah, right. I'm sure if something happened in Lubbock, you wouldn't want to talk about that either with your Red Raiders. Yeah. Oh, my God. So Anais Smith is what I would like to call a badass. And as of today, he's a dumbass because Anais Smith is, without question, one of the star players for my Texas A&M Aggies as we go into the 2022 season. Last season, he led A&M in both receptions and touchdown catches. He was not only receiving the ball, he was also doing some running plays as well. And today, he was supposed to speak at SEC Media Days. I say he was supposed to. Because Anais thought it would be a good idea to not only get drunk early Wednesday morning, but also get pulled over by the police, have them find a gun in his vehicle along with marijuana. So Anais Smith has been suspended from Texas A&M.
Can we get a tally on how many athletes carrying the gun around where it's actually paid off and helped? The athlete who's gone through the airport with the gun and was like, you know what, I needed it because they were waiting for me at my pickup at the airport. They were waiting for me outside baggage claim. They were waiting for me. You got to travel with the gun. It's like, it reminds me of Teddy Bridgewater, who was like universally respected. He play for? Who he play for?
Teddy B. Let's see. Is he with Carolina last year? Is he Carolina?
No.
Who's it?
Do you know Troy?
Is he with the Saints?
No. I did not know either. AFC East.
Is he with the Bills?
Nope. You know Teddy can't throw in Buffalo.
Miami? Perfect spot for him.
So there you go. Maybe Jimmy Garoppolo is crossed off the Dolphins list since they got Bridgewater as that backup. He was in Denver.
He was in Denver. That's right.
Right? Who has Teddy Bridgewater played for?
Let's see. Minnesota, the Saints, the Jets, the Panthers, and now, I guess, Denver.
Did he play for the Jets?
He was there for a hot second, right after the injury. They signed him during the injury, and then they traded him to New Orleans.
That's right. Vikings, Jets, Saints, Panthers, Broncos, Dolphins.
He's still like respected as a dude, and he went on Instagram on Monday night, and he said, tired of seeing football players portray this tough guy image or pretend you're gangsta. You went to school, attended those classes, and some even got their college degree. So don't wait until you inherit this legal money from the league to decide you want to be tough or portray a street image because it's kids that's looking up to everything we do. Wow. Teddy Bridgewater going strong towards some fellow NFL players.
You know, I don't feel like – do you feel like the NFL has an image of – there's a lot of gangsters in the league?
No.
I don't feel that. I don't feel like any of the leagues do. Not anymore. I mean, maybe there was at a time.
Yeah, the NBA had to deal with it. You know, the Iverson factor, dress code, cornrows, tattoos, all that. That was David Stern's era.
Yeah, that was 25 years ago.
Yeah, but there are occasionally some guys that do act a fool. I mean, what was his name for the Raiders? Was it Damon Arnette?
Which one?
The one that had Damon Arnette, the one that looked like he was trying out for Commando Part 2.
Yeah, idiot with the guns.
Yeah, I mean, there's some guys that do that, and that's why I go back to like Anai Smith at Texas A&M getting pulled over drunk with a gun in his vehicle, marijuana. The marijuana I don't care about. The drinking, absolutely. And the gun, what? Something going to go down at the Dixie Chicken? You know, like why
don't call that anymore, though, do they?
Yeah, it's just, it's still the Dixie Chicken. So it's just frustrating. Very frustrating for not only him, but as you mentioned, NFL players.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. What happened now at a Dave Chappelle show?
Well, nothing happened at the show like it did last time where he was accosted on stage. They just happened to cancel the show.
There was no show.
The Dave Chappelle show at the First Avenue Theater in Minneapolis canceled, and they moved it to another theater in town. Why did they move it? This is the official statement from First Avenue. To staff artists in our community, we hear you and we are sorry. We know we must hold ourselves to the highest standards. We let you down. We're not just a black box with people in it. We understand that First Avenue is not just a room, but meaningful beyond our walls. We believe in diverse voices and the freedom of artistic expression. But in honoring that, we lost sight of the impact this would have. They go on, to say, we welcome to send feedback. So they moved it because of, outrage over Dave Chappelle having a show at this theater or even in Minneapolis in general.
Wow.
This is based on his Netflix special.
Well, it's based on his stand-up where people called him out for being transphobic, anti-Semite, stuff like that as well. There's been things accused regarding Chappelle in his stand-up.
I watched the special just so we'd be able to talk about this, and I may have been half buzzed. Did you watch it?
I did. I didn't think it was I didn't think it was his best material.
Well,
I didn't laugh as much as I did in previous stuff.
Well, it's like Troy has been saying. It's
what happens
more serious.
It's what happens to comedians. It's what happens to guys like Dave Chappelle.
As society becomes what it is.
Yeah, it happened to D.L. Hughley. It's happening to Dave Chappelle. The comedians that you know from the past and what they did, you're not going to see the Chappelle show. You're going to see a guy who's going to talk to you about activism and about today's society.
But I never watched it. And again, I think you and I know you definitely are, or more comedy lenient.
Yeah.
But I never watched it, and I said, and I knew that he got in trouble for it. So I already went in trying to focus on what was the big scandal. Mm-hmm. And I don't remember myself going, ooh, maybe once. I think the biggest thing was when he was talking about hitting a woman. I thought he talked about like punching someone at one of his shows. I couldn't tell if he was joking. And I was like, that was my only cringe real moment because he was making jokes about everything else.
Yeah, like when I go to a comedy show, I
didn't think he was being hateful. He was making jokes.
I expect to be offended. Like that's like if you don't offend me, I don't think you did a good enough job as a comedian. Like you're supposed to make me go, oh, I can't believe he said that.
Right.
Oh, yeah, you kidding me?
Right.
If I don't do that, I think you're not a good comic. Bill Burr has got a special out. Like I haven't seen it yet, but that's exactly what the kind of comedy I want. Andrew Schultz, Dave Chappelle. I like Seinfeld, but he doesn't take any shots at anybody.
Yeah, he's soft.
He's very, very soft. I just think he's very funny.
But this is not died and gone away with this Chappelle stuff. This has followed him.
Hell yeah, it's definitely followed him.
I mean, this remains a story every time he's going somewhere. So there you go. Dave Chappelle having to change his venue after they already scheduled him there. And then you have
I love this part though.
Yeah.
So the theater that he's going to, Varsity Theater, the show is scheduled. The show scheduled at First Avenue has been moved to the Varsity Theater. Doors open at 8. This will be a phone-free experience.
Oh, God.
So nobody can video what he says in there and post it on social media.
What is this? The Trump funeral? Ivana? No phones allowed yesterday.
That? Oh, no phones?
Yeah, no phones allowed.
It's like going to a party at Jeter's house. Like, put your phone, Tiger's house. Put your phone in the jar.
You got to sign NDAs now to attend a comedy show.
I think it's great. If I'm a comic, I'm 100% removing phones from the show.
I don't agree with you. I totally hate that. I mean, this is what some artists do. This is what like Aaron Lewis does, who used to be in Stain. Now he does some country music, and now other artists they tell you, do not pull out your phone. Why not? I want to capture the moment. I want to capture your show. I want to remember where I'm at. And for him to say, no, I don't want you to record what I'm going to say. Why not?
Because he'll get canceled now. Well, I guess he's already canceled.
But it's part of your art, right? So go ahead and do it.
I hear you. I hear you.
Just to be able to have FU money. That's all I dream of.
Yeah.
That's all the stuff I would just call people out for that I've been wanting to say. Oh,
every day.
Every
day.
But true FU money.
Yeah, not like
have to worry about it.
Yeah, not
like the Mega. Is the Mega up to 630?
630, fifth largest ever coming up.
What are you clapping for?
Yeah,
I'm
what are you
win
doing?
it. I'm going to win it, baby.
I'm gonna win it.
I got a lot of things I want to say to people up here.
877-88. Who would be top 2 on your list?
Yeah, top 2.
Top 2 on my list. Definitely Legrande.
Okay,
I got some things to
Legrande.
say about them. Because they're always in the bathroom I want to use.
Okay.
Okay, you can't. We don't have a working door in the big bathroom. In the big stall.
Mm-mm.
What do you mean? There's no door?
There's a door. It doesn't lock.
Oh.
It just swings like you're at a saloon.
It's too warped. It's too far away. You can't lock it.
Ugh.
So you have to use the corner bathroom. And every time I go in there, somebody from Legrande is already in there, blowing that thing up. And I think Legrande. I got some words for them.
How bright does the Cowboys' future look? Apparently not very bright, according to some insiders. We'll take you inside America's team on the home of the boys with Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you over to Athletic Greens.
coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Thank you, announcer man. We're going to get to future power rankings throughout the NFL and where the Cowboys fall on that list with their collection of young talent. Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. But Kevin Gray just sent me this article. Who's the broadcasting face of the NFL?
Good question. I would say broadcasting face. It's Jim Nantz.
Jim Nantz, okay.
He's done it for 50 million years. Actually, it's probably Al Michaels. Is he not doing it anymore? Is he? He's on Amazon now.
Yeah, so he's still doing it.
Yeah, he is.
Troy?
Of the NFL.
The NFL. Like, who's the television face you think of first?
Number one. Slater! That's number one. But no, when I think of the NFL face, yeah, probably. No, yeah, it's probably going to be Jim Nantz or Al Michaels. I'd probably go more Al Michaels. And then Troy Aikman, number two.
Okay. Why isn't it Rich Eisen?
Ooh.
We never talk about Rich Eisen.
He wouldn't even be in my top 8.
He is the original and only host of the network. And Front Office Sports is reporting that his contract is up in August. So we could have some contract drama with the original face of the NFL network. When I was trying to get hired in Baltimore, this little pipsqueak.
Rich Eisen?
No,
wow.
no. This other guy who didn't and wouldn't hire me, he was so Nestor.
Oh, Nasty Nestor.
Nasty Nestor. He was so bitter. All he could talk about in our job interview is how he got screwed over. He was supposed to be Rich Eisen. He was supposed to have that job.
Oh, I'm sure.
As the face and the voice of the NFL Network. And that's all I can think about when I think of NFL Network and Rich Eisen is Nasty Nestor, who got into it famously with our competitors on the sports radio morning side years and years and years ago at a Super Bowl radio row. But that's what I think of with Rich Eisen. But yeah, not a lot of what do we think of Rich Eisen?
I know what I think of Nasty Nestor. I'm seeing him for the first time. What a soul patch, my man.
Yeah.
Jeez.
He still thinks he's in a boy band.
He definitely, yes.
And his
uncle, he 100% frosted his tips.
And his uncle, I think, was Louis Aparicio.
Yes. Yes, he was.
Louis Aparicio,
that was his uncle.
the baseball player.
Oh. Yeah. So, what do we think of Rich Eisen? I mean, look,
You still think Sports Center? Or do you think NFL Network?
I think Rich Eisen's show. I think of his talk show. I think his talk show is probably maybe just as good as Dan Patrick or better.
Ooh.
So I would think
I don't like Rich's delivery. It's so slow. And
it is slow.
He seems so nice about everything. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't know. He seems like a great dude. Great guy. But I texted this to Michael Irvin. I bet put in a word for me.
What do you mean put in a word for you?
Well.
To what?
To take Rich's spot.
What the hell are we going to do?
No, not you all. Me.
I know.
I would leave.
Yeah.
I would leave you guys behind.
For now.
What are you, Justin Timberlake? What is he, Joey Fatone? Am I Chris Kirkpatrick? Since we're talking about boy bands?
I don't know. We're in more homes than the NFL Network is.
So
it might work.
Yeah, but I was wondering. I was like, we don't ever talk about Rich Eisen. He is the voice, the face of the NFL Network.
When's the last time he's on the NFL Network? I don't have the NFL Network.
Every Sunday.
Okay, so he just does pregame, and then he does his radio show.
I don't know what he does during the week.
Yeah, I have no idea.
He doesn't do like your usual NFL Network shows Monday through Friday. I think he's too big for that. He may do like schedule release. He may do free agency frenzy, stuff like that. But normally, I see him Sundays.
I don't know where I would have Rich, and this is probably just because I don't have the NFL Network. It's not offered to me. I think is Trey Wingo still doing TV?
Nope.
I still think Trey Wingo is more of the face of the NFL than Rich Eisen. I think of Chris Berman as more of a face of the NFL.
Did you see Berman the other day standing next to Tim Kirkchin and Jeff Passan?
That was wrong.
That was wrong. Was that a bad Sean Sharif camera angle?
That was a bad camera angle, man.
But I mean, yeah, that size mismatch, how would you describe it first? It's not that off.
It's really not.
No, Tim Kirkjian is so small.
And Jeff Passan.
Passan's not that much bigger, and Berman's a big man.
Yeah, Passan looks like he weighs 130 pounds.
Yeah.
He looks like he weighs 130. And his head weighs 110.
You guys ever seen Shrek? You ever seen that scene in Shrek where Shrek's standing next to the gingerbread man in Pinocchio? It kind of reminded me of that. I was like, that's wrong. Why would y'all angle the camera to look like that?
Yeah.
That looked really bad.
Yeah. So Rich Eisen may become a free agent in August. You're going to get a new face of the NFL Network after Kay Adams left that Good Morning Football show. All right, set us up for these future power rankings.
NFL future power rankings, projections for all 32 teams over the next 3 seasons.
So this is looking at your future for the next 3 years.
Yes. So ESPN went and polled Lewis Riddick, Field Yates, Jeremy Fowler, Seth Walters, our analytics guy, to rate each team's quarterback situation, non-QB roster, drafted ability, front office.
Okay, hang on.
And coaching.
QB situation.
Non-QB roster.
Non-QB roster.
Drafted ability.
Yep.
Front office.
Yep.
And coaching.
Okay.
They did a 190, 80, 70, 60, 50 scale. Obviously, just like you would do in school.
Okay.
They average the results, the roster. The roster got 30%, quarterback 20%, yada, yada, yada. The number one overall team was...
Well, I saw the beginning of it, but I still wouldn't be able to guess a lot of these. The number one team is Buffalo.
Buffalo. Their quarterback situation was number 2. Their roster minus the quarterback was number 1. Their front office was number 1. Their draft was 6, and their coaching was 7.
Okay.
All right. The Chiefs were second. They had the number 1 quarterback and the number 1 draft, but their roster...
Number 1 draft.
Yeah. Their roster really hit them back. That was 12th.
Isn't it amazing a team at the end of the draft you'd think every year would be that high in terms of draft evaluation, draft ability, according to these people?
You would think, but I guess, because they drafted Mahomes outside the top 10, or I guess at 10, they're really getting kind of boosted there.
All right.
Green Bay is 3, tied with the Rams.
Okay, drafting, they got to be through the roof. Front office, they got to be very high. I'm sure coaching, they're going to get major props.
Green Bay?
Yeah.
There's top 7 and everything.
Top 7 and everything, but their quarterback situation can't. I mean, are we doing 4. That? So we're doing Rodgers for 3 more years.
I guess.
I guess we certainly lock him into 2.
I would think so.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yep. The Rams also tied at 3. Their draft is 25th.
Yeah.
Which should be, that's actually higher than you would expect because they haven't had a first-round draft pick since Jared Goff.
Right.
But the overall roster's 3rd, coaching's 2, front office is 2. You keep going down. The Chargers are next. They gave Justin Herbert as the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL over the next 3 years.
Okay.
And their roster's number 2. Coaching and front office kind of knocks them down a peg.
What was Staley coaching?
Let's see.
As Staley, this man has gotten away with that end of that Raider game murder. Not one mention of it in the offseason. All right.
12.
All right.
12 for Staley. Bengals are next, followed by the Ravens. Interesting where they put Lamar. Put him 11th.
What do you think of Lamar being left off that quarterback list?
I didn't care for it. I think Lamar is a much better quarterback than people are giving him credit for. Let's see. Tampa is next. Now, they say they give their quarterback situation a 7. Over the next 3 years. They think Tom Brady will play 2 more years, 3 more years?
I mean, everyone thinks Aaron Rodgers is going to probably play longer than Brady.
I agree. I totally agree. Colts, then the Browns. Keep going down. San Fran, Denver, New England. They gave Belichick number 1. Draft 29th, front office 11. Steelers at 14. We're the Cowboys.
Wow.
Eagles at 15. They have the 25th best quarterback. Front office is 5th. Coaching 19th, draft 7. Saints at 16. Titans at 17.
Wow.
Raiders at 18. Vikings at 19.
This is getting pretty insulting. We have a young quarterback. Front office can draft. You'd think you get some general manager points. McCarthy is, in the middle at worst in terms of respect. Roster, we always talk about top 5 every year. What the freak?
Coming in number 20, the Dallas Cowboys.
Wow.
Which category would you like me to give you the ranking on?
The quarterback.
9.
Wow. Okay. That's kind of where he was. I think he was number 10 in Jeremy Fowler's top 10. Okay. Fair.
Non-quarterback roster.
Non-quarterback roster. Over the next 3 years, that you got to worry about the O-line. Receivers are fine. Running back, who cares? We have the D linemen, nothing except for Micah front and Diggs. So it's going to be outside of the top. It's definitely going to be outside of the top 10.
Okay.
It'll be 13, 14.
20.
Ew.
You want coaching, draft, or front office next? Do coaching last.
All right.
Front office.
Below 15?
Yeah.
Below 20?
Yeah.
Below 25?
No, 23.
Settle down just a little bit.
Draft.
Draft better be top 10.
Yeah, it is top 10. It's 21.
I want names on this. Louis Riddick, who else? Orlovsky?
Nope. Jeremy Fowler, Seth Walder.
Do they have write-ups for this?
Yeah. And then finally, they have coaching. Do you care to take a stab at coaching?
Wow. Well, you saved it for last, so this is below 20.
That's not necessary.
Is it below 20? Is it below 20?
Below 30.
For McCarthy?
31.
Jesus.
What?
Yep.
Save it. All right, save it.
All right. They got a lot of write-ups here.
You got a lot. Let's do it.
A lot of write-ups.
Wow. Let's do all the write-ups. And is this just proving yet again that we overrate this organization and this team on the home of the Cowboys? Final hour of the Thursday edition with Sean and RJ next.
Leave It On with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, on Twitch, and on YouTube. It's Sean and RJ as we are days away from heading out to Oxnard, California for Cowboys training camp on your home for America's team. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. All right. My jaw was on the ground at the end of last segment over this ESPN Future Power Rankings. How will every NFL organization look over the next 3 years? And just give us a recap of the categories for the Cowboys before we get to their explanations and see if the Tolos agree.
All right, the Cowboys were the 20th ranked organization in the Future Power Rankings on ESPN. This was compiled from Louis Riddick, Seth Walder, Jeremy Fowler, among others.
So some respected names.
Yep, very much so. They gave their overall roster, they took the quarterback out of it. Now, this was 30% of the overall
weight.
They gave the overall roster a 20 ranking. The quarterback got a 9. So Dak is the 9th best quarterback situation they have in the NFL. Draft was 21st. Front office 23rd. Coaching 31st.
Wow. Which one's the most offensive?
I mean, McCarthy is, no matter whether you think he's a good coach or not, he's not the second worst coach in the NFL.
Agreed.
Like, that's just, that he's just not. Now, if they're saying coach situation is that low because they think he's going to get fired, they're going to bring in Dan Quinn, who couldn't, who I mean, what is Dan Quinn as a head coach? We've completely forgotten about his final 5 years in Atlanta. Completely forgotten about it.
Totally. We've turned him into Chris Richard 2.0.
Right. So, I guess their coach situation has a lot of question marks to it.
That's the most insulting. And then, I think you got to go to the draft, right? Or are we putting too much weight on the first round hits? Like, no one thinks Will McClay is the 21st best drafter in the National Football League, do they?
I would think not, but, let's see. They've spent first-round picks over the last 6 years on a running back and 2 linebackers. And that is not, like, the perceived most efficient way to build a roster.
Okay.
So I guess that's where they would come at you with the coaching or the front office, I should say, in the draft. And then Mike McCarthy was 31st.
All right.
So why they're here? This is from Field Yates wrote up this thing.
All right.
The Cowboys have a lot of foundation pieces that bring significant optimism. I'm bullish on Dak, and Micah could be perennial Defensive Player of the Year candidate, and CeeDee Lamb oozes stardom. But that theme has persisted for too long, as their ranking this reflects too many years of falling short of expectations.
Where's Diggs? They didn't put Diggs in this?
Well, I mean, why would you put one of the worst cover corners in the NFL on this list? While coaching hot seats are a conversation usually better reserved for midseason at the earliest, there is unquestioned pressure on Mike McCarthy to win. Louis Riddick, biggest worry. The story remains the same when it comes to coaching. Situational football, clock management, taking full advantage from a tactical standpoint of the personnel you have at your disposal, particularly on offense.
They were the number one offense. Now, look. I'm gonna have to start my Mike McCarthy defense early.
Yep.
They were the number one scoring offense in the league, and every coach butchers game management.
They all do.
They all do.
Every single one of them does.
Man, 31st. That's really that. I'm surprised that's not on all these screens right here. All these TV shows.
I know. I'm stunned.
I'm going full slurp with Mike McCarthy this year.
If Dallas is not better in those areas in 22, we'll likely have a new head coach in 23. Jeremy Fowler, what could change for the better? Groom Lamb for top 10 receiver status. He's on his way. Cultivate that relationship with Lamb and Prescott. Reinforce an aging O-line. And prepare for life after Dalton Schultz, who won't be eager to sign an extension after playing on the tag this year. They didn't make spirited efforts to re-sign the tight end, and that wears on players.
Whoop-de-doo. Go ahead. They'll find another Dalton Schultz.
Seth Walder, stat to know. The Cowboys ranked 3rd on defense in expected points added per play, but only 12th with interceptions and fumbles removed. Defense was a big part of the reason they won 12 games, but being so turnover dependent should lead to some skepticism that can repeat that efficiency.
Fair.
Yeah, that's fair. But that was the write-ups on the Cowboys. I'm trying to see.
So they don't have a write-up for the quarterback. They don't have a write-up for the front office. The draft. It's just one little write-up like that. It's not explaining why McCarthy. Well, it did a little bit in there, but it didn't touch on each of the categories. Just one overall write-up.
Right. It did not touch on each of the categories. Just one overall write-up. I'm trying to see who the worst coach in the NFL, the worst coaching situation in the NFL is.
The worst coaching situation in the NFL. It's either going to be Lovey or Matt Rule.
Yep.
Lovey.
Matt Rule.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Dead last.
Dead last at quarterback is Atlanta.
With Mariota.
All
right.
The Giants rank 29th in roster, 30th in quarterback, 22nd in coaching, 15th in draft, 27 in front office.
Wow. And Washington?
21st in roster, 27th in quarterback, 21st in coaching, 23rd in draft, 29th in front office. And Philly is...
Where are they in quarterback?
25th, 10th in roster, 19th in coaching, 7th in draft, 5th in front office.
Okay. Wow. 2021 overall.
Wow.
The Dallas Cowboys. The coaching, the draft, the front office, disrespect, overall talent on the roster. So there you go. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. The running backs in Madden came out, and Zeke did make it on the top 10 list. He was sitting there at number 10. Derrick Henry was number 1 with a 97. Then Nick Chubb, Christian McCaffrey. Do we applaud or criticize Madden for not bumping McCaffrey down more? Not over panicking, even though, hey, if he played 17 games this year, he deserves to be this high.
No, he's probably right where he's at. He was the only running back last year in the 99 club.
Okay, so then we shouldn't drop him that much. I mean, it shouldn't be a 96. A 96? It isn't availability. All right, let me do this. Let's do a fantasy running back draft right now. All right?
God, I don't want to do this.
I
failed the last time I did this.
Why? Who'd you take?
Who did I take number 1 in the draft not too long ago? Jets running back.
Le'Veon.
Oh my God.
You took him number 1?
Yeah.
Was he on the Jets or Pittsburgh? You drafted him when he was on the Jets one?
No, when he was with Pittsburgh.
Okay.
But that's was a failure.
Forgivable. All right. Who wants the first pick? RJ, you take the first pick.
All right.
Running backs. Fantasy. We're playing fantasy. You're on the clock.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to. I would take Derrick Henry.
Okay. So would I.
Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one, man.
I mean, I don't think you can go wrong 1, 2.
No, I don't think so either. And I would take the other guy too.
Nick Chubb.
Well, I would take either Henry or Taylor 1 and 2, whichever one was not taken. I think Chubb's fair.
I'll take Chubb 3. You're next.
I would take Dalvin.
Dang it.
Okay. Troy.
I guess
the purpose of this exercise. Go ahead.
I guess Joe Mixon.
Okay.
But I may throw a wild card out there and go with Eckler.
Okay.
Oh.
See, the purpose of this is to see how long we'd wait till we take McCaffrey. I'm between McCaffrey and Kamara right now. Dang. What was Kamara's injury situation, Mr. Volunteer, last year?
Hammy.
But did he miss a lot of games?
A couple games, yeah.
I'd slightly lean towards Kamara, but it'd be a toss-up for me.
Oh, then I will gladly take Christian McCaffrey at 7.
Right. So we're in the 6 to 7 range.
Someone's going to get great value on McCaffrey this year if he's healthy.
If he's healthy.
I mean,
not be healthy.
Well, if you're outside the top 5 and he's still available, you have to take him. I think you have to take him just on value.
I agree. And then you got Aaron Jones at 8 on Madden.
What, Love?
Love Aaron Jones, but he's got the big horse in the backfield with him.
Yeah, he does.
The guy ran over that damn mascot the other day. Number 9, Austin Eckler. And then Zeke came in at number 10 with an overall Madden rating of 88. Micah tweeted, hey, Madden, how y'all going to have Derrick Henry faster than my guy Tony Pollard? So that was Micah Parsons taking some issue with the Madden running back list.
The Zeke is one of the top 10 running backs. Now, he will here. But nationally.
Let me ask you a crazier question. For the Metroplex, because y'all know when you're in local fantasy leagues, how much higher everyone gets taken.
Yeah.
Like, CeeDee Lamb is going to get taken, like, amongst the top 5 receivers by a lot of Tolos.
Mm-hmm.
How many teams, if any, draft Tony Pollard over Zeke Elliott in the Metroplex? How many crazy Cowboy fans will there be 3 in the Metroplex? 5, 10?
Yeah, I mean, there'll be some.
That take Pollard over Zeke.
Yeah, there'll be some, but like Zeke is still going to go in DFW far higher than he will anywhere else. I mean, he's still going to be selected in the top 6 or 7 of the running backs. He'll be drafted higher than Joe Mixon in DFW.
I agree. I think I agree with that. So, just a little Christian McCaffrey exercise. Yeah, can't fall past 7. Can't fall past 7.
No, I agree.
Just with what he can do with the versatility. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Anything else on the fan text before we move on from the NFL?
If I'm picking at the back end of a 12-team draft with near back-to-back picks, I'll grab Zeke and one of those picks if the other main studs is there. Madden isn't the same as fantasy. Let's see. Kamara will be suspended to start the season, first 6 games.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
The Pro Bowl
arrested.
incident.
Yeah.
But 6 games? Is it that many? Wow. I don't think it's 6, is it? That's a lot. That's going to end up being too short of Watson.
Yeah, it would be.
Trolling.
Accurate.
Fake laugh.
In terms of the list, that's done. There's no way there's 30 coaches better or 23 better front offices, all for clicks.
That does seem to be a little clicky.
It's very ESPN-y.
Yep.
When I was out, someone sent me a video of Kendrick Perkins doing JJ Redick's podcast, and he was saying something kind of like Orlovsky got caught saying with us, but they were trying to sway Kendrick, the producers, to say something about an NBA topic, and he did it. So I have no doubt that Riddick and Fowler and all these guys sit down and write it out, and then it gets altered and played with from these producers behind the scenes for headline porn. No doubt. After Kendrick Perkins said what he did, and Orlovsky basically told us that here on this show.
Yeah, Mike's not the 31st best coach in the NFL. He's much better than that. Now, if they're going to say coach situation where there's a lot of unknown and uncertainty, then I understand that. Front office-wise, look, what is this? We can't complain about this front office all day long and then get mad when they're bottom third.
Right? Good point. But front office versus draft, but what you brought up was a good point. Complaining about it, and then we say it's disrespectful, right? It's like your kids. You can complain about your kids,
right?
But when someone else does,
right,
it's time to fight.
Yeah,
time to throw down.
Good point.
Yeah,
very good point.
All right, so that's where we stand. By the way, Mary Kay Cabot is reporting out of Cleveland. They're not going to be interested in Jimmy G. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. Not worth the pick you'd have to give up. Jimmy G's a multiple year fit somewhere. Not 8, 10 games or one season. Plus, you already have Jacoby Brissett. So that's the report out of the dog pound when it comes to Jimmy Garoppolo, who has been given permission to seek out a trade, with Trey Lance being given the keys. And you say the great news, the news we should focus on the most?
Niners are out. They are out. With Trey Lance, they have no chance of being better than the Cowboys this year. They just don't. There's too much of an unknown. The guy's barely played any college football. He hadn't played really since 2019. It's 3 years ago. So I'm not going to be sitting here worried about the Niners.
Jalen Brunson explains in his own words. He speaks on leaving the Mavs for New York and another major league team being cheap with their all-star. Wait till you hear this. That's next with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Hey, what's going on, Tolos? It is Troy Hughes. When you're Choppy over there ordering balloons and slip and slides and everything, since we'll be at his house tonight after we go to Soulfire Brewing Company, the Fans Brew Crew. Myself and RJ hanging out with you tonight from 6 to 9 in downtown Roanoke. But this segment of The Fan brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, a.k.a. Soda. Also, Mark Rubin. Are you drowning in debt? High credit card balances, personal loans, or outstanding taxes? Everything is spiraling out of control, and you feel like you have no way out, but you do. Call Rubin and Associates at 1-800-LAWYERS or DallasTexasLegal.com.
Average cost for a family of 4 to attend a baseball game via The Hustle. Go ahead and try to calculate. Rangers start the second half of their season. I think we may be getting Mike Bassick on TV today.
Oh, yeah. Know. He's in a crisp white shirt.
Crisp white shirt with the...
an effortless pair of aviators.
Still one of my favorite commercials ever.
11:30 pregame right here on The Fan with a 12:10 first pitch against the Marlins. So these numbers came out yesterday. 877-881-1053. Average cost family of 4. Now, I guess it wasn't average. You went to Fenway against the Yankees, so that's going to be through the roof. And you said the tickets in there were not less than $300?
When I looked on the secondary market, the cheapest thing I could find was like $285 a ticket. I didn't pay, of course. I just called up my good friend Michael Waka, and I got some tickets right behind home plate.
How did you get connected to Michael Waka?
What's that?
How did you get connected to him?
Derek Holland. He was with the Red Sox during spring training, and he sent me over to Waka, and Waka and I had a nice little conversation on social media afterwards. He slid into my DMs.
Average cost for 4. Let's go.
I saw this on your thing. I thought it was like 302. Is that what it was?
Please tell me he's not right.
He's not right.
Okay.
303.
No. Let me think. Average cost. Rangers, you can get really reasonable tickets up in the nosebleeds. RIP nosebleed seats. I'm saying with parking, food, you're talking. Minimum 500. Minimum. So I'll say like 512.
Your guess a lot more laughable than Choppy's. 205.
No, it's not. What are we talking? Are we talking about a minor league game at Airhawk Stadium? What are we talking about?
Average cost for a family of 4 to attend a baseball game, $204.76.
Yeah, you got to factor in like the Rays are going to be a part of this, and the A's.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
right.
So the most expensive is the Red Sox. The average is $325. Family of 4, $325. The cheapest is the Diamondbacks at $126. So I'll give you the categories.
Yeah, I gotta know this.
Tickets for the Red Sox, the average is $61. All right, beer $9.50, soda $5.50, hot dog $6, and a Yankee hot dog is only $3. That's the lowest on. No, Arizona has a $2 hot dog, and the Marlins have a $3 hot dog. Let me find the cheapest beer. The Yankees. Why are the Yankees so cheap with some of these? $6 beer. The Cardinals have $5 beer. The Braves and the Royals, along with the Mariners, have $5 beer. Angels and Toronto are $4.50. Padres, Twins, Guardians, along with the Tigers, $5 beers. The Rockies, $3 beer.
Wow. I think the Yankees are so cheap because they co-own that Legends Entertainment with the Cowboys, so they keep all the money versus having to farm it out to like Aramark, and then they still have to get a cut.
Okay. And then parking.
Which the Cowboys would actually pass down some of those savings.
Exactly, right? Okay, the Rangers here's the order of the list. Most expensive to least. Family of 4. Red Sox, Cubs, Yankees, Astros. Either legendary or really winning teams in the top 4.
Or in this case of the Red Sox and the Cubs, legendary and smallest stadiums in the league.
Yes. So you jack it up.
Premium seat prices.
Nationals are 5th.
Okay.
Dodgers are 6th. San Fran is 7th. The Rangers are the 8th most expensive. Ready?
Gotta pay for Seager.
Average ticket, $38.
That's actually really affordable. $38 ticket?
I don't know why in my mind I thought baseball tickets were a lot cheaper than this. I know it's the average, but like I'm thinking about going to a game for like, $20.
You can. You're going to sit outside the bases. You'll sit in the outfield somewhere.
Okay. $38 average seat. Beer. Y'all want to guess the beer and the soda and stuff at the Globe?
$8 beer.
It is $8 beer on the dot. Soda.
$4.50.
$6.50.
Wow, really close.
How the hell is a soda going to be $1.50 cheaper than beer?
I know, right?
And then a hot dog.
$4?
$6.75.
Whoa!
And then parking. Average.
$25.
$20.55.
$20.55.
$20.55. So the Rangers are top 10 most expensive in baseball. Just to compare, let's do Miami since we're facing the Marlins. Their average ticket price is $23. Their beer's $5. Their soda's $3. Their hot dog is $3. And their parking is $15. So compare that at the bottom of the league.
This is no shot at you or RJ, but who wrote this list or who compiled this?
This is from The Hustle.
The Hustle.
The Hustle is tech news, money truce, internet extras, 90,000 followers on Twitter.
And people that don't have children or are married, because that is a joke of a list. There's no way you can go to, and this is not a shot at the Rangers either. The Rangers, you're not going to pay that less right there to go as a family of four. Because you're throwing out, like let's just say the Red Sox tickets. A Red Sox ticket, $60. Yeah, if you're able to buy it right when it comes out. But once it comes out, those prices jack up through the entire ceiling. You're not going to pay $60. You're going to pay triple that. So no. I've gone to plenty of Ranger games.
Yeah.
And by the time you pay for parking, pay for tickets, pay for the food, pay for everything, you are spending minimum $400 for a family of four.
Wow. I don't know how you do it. That no wonder why people.
You
don't
take
go to
your
sports.
kids, don't you? Or sorry, never mind. My apologies, Mr. Freebie.
Yeah.
Ain't paying for nothing.
Maybe I should contact Odeby McDowell or some Ranger
Why not?
to hook me up.
Knock it out, man.
Yeah.
Knock it out, dude. I'll tell you. Boston is the most expensive city ever. It is absurd.
I paid for one night, and this was not a great hotel. Over $300 over $350 for the hotel room. Over $350. I'm talking to my friend who booked it. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Why the hell? Why are you booking this?
You don't have kids.
I can't afford this. I'm not paying $350 a night for a hotel, and then the flight here and driving and all the food. And I mean, that's what it was. I said, you got to do that Hotel Tonight app. We need to land and then hit the button and spin the wheel, and wherever we end up, he too bougie for that.
Yeah,
no kids.
No kids. It's the thing, man. We went and got. We went to this hole in the wall seafood spot. It's called the Barking Crab. Hole in the wall spot, and my kids they wanted fried shrimp and fries. It's $35. Guess how many shrimp they gave them?
3. Oh, were they jumbo?
They were jumbo,
Super
but not like this. I was sitting there like, well,
35.
This is what they wanted. I was like, well, okay. So I went up and got a $10 bowl of clam chowder. I'm sitting there starving the rest of the day, so my idiot kids can have themselves their fried shrimp they've been dying to get.
I paid $30 for clam strips. It said market price. I was like, how much could it be? How much could it be? My clam strips, $30.
They should be ashamed of themselves.
Yes.
$35 for 3 shrimp and fries?
Yeah.
Come on now. They were good.
They came with cocktail sauce and a lemon.
Did.
877-881-1053. What's the truckwreck.com text line saying about the affordability, whether this list sounds crazy like Troy says?
Let's see. Sports teams do a disservice to the community, allowing so many people to stockpile tickets and jack them up on the secondary market. I could go to a Ranger game for 4 people for under $200 easy. If you don't eat, you could do it for less than $100.
Who says you have to eat and drink beer?
Yeah, I would go eat beforehand.
Who says you have to nourish your body while you sit there for 6 hours during a game?
You guys are tripping. You get by at a Rangers game pretty cheap. And then people are saying, they don't accept cash. It's so damn expensive at Ranger games, they don't accept cash. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but I spent $100 on StubHub. That's all you can eat and drink, and your seats are right behind home plate. Oh, the StubHub Club. That's the deal. Where you get that. It used to be the Capital One Club at the old ballpark, where you would sit behind home plate, you get all the free food and drinks that you want. That was a good deal.
All right. Juan Soto, by the way, apparently plays for the Oakland Athletics because the Nats made him also fly commercial. He rejects the $440 million deal. They're like, okay, we're not flying you private. He lands in L.A. at 1:30 in the morning, goes out and still wins the home run derby. Now, Bassick pointed this out to us in the commercial break. He said, it is in major league contracts that you do have to fly first class. So this is, my mind says, okay, this is definitely a way for Soto's camp to make the Nationals look worse. Look, this Athletics all-star, this kid seemed like a really nice kid. He didn't have any vengeance in his voice. He gave an interview that I saw with some Astros reporters, and he seemed very polite and pleasant. Didn't seem like he was out for blood to make the Athletics look bad. Did you assume that they were flying first-class commercial, and does it change the story at all?
I assumed that, I assumed Juan Soto was flying first class. I didn't know about what the A's were going to do. Okay, I would not put it past the A's to try to get this cat a middle seat. All right, or Group C on Southwest, and he's going to sit there. He's going to be, decide on who he's going to sit next to.
Right.
I didn't know what the A's were going to do. Does it change it that they have to fly first class? No, these guys fly charter everywhere they go. Everywhere they go, they don't fly commercial. This again it's different for me and you.
Yeah.
We are not used to this. Once you go to that life, there's no going back.
I agree. It doesn't change the story for me either. Still shame on both organizations. Shame on them.
It
and
really
if I was a free agent and all things were equal, deciding, I'd say screw the Nats. They want to pull a smear job on me and mess up my travel because I rejected an under. And this is not a fair market deal for someone like Juan Soto.
No, it's not. It's not fair market for Soto. He, he's worth $40 million a year.
Yeah,
not $29 million.
They gypped him with the offer. They lowballed him.
They did. I mean, it's $400 million, but it's over 15 years, dude. Like you. I mean, you cannot tell somebody that you know exactly where you want to be living in 15 years. Everything changes for people.
Is this legit with what you just showed me?
Yeah, I mean, it just came up a couple minutes ago.
Because yesterday there was a trend of Joe Biden has cancer, and now the headline is Joe Biden has COVID.
That's the headline.
From?
I just saw this. I got a notification. The New York Post has this.
Okay.
This is the press secretary said it.
Press secretary said it.
Karen Jean-Pierre. President Biden tested positive for COVID-19 this morning. Very mild symptoms. He has begun taking Paxlovid, whatever that is.
Okay, so there you go. And then Jalen Brunson explains why he went to the Knicks family. Thought he was going to be a Maverick the rest of his life. So that was Jalen addressing the New York media for the first time. Let's check in with the fellas. We'll crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece, and then Rangers baseball just 2 hours away next on The Fan. But what is next for you in the garage? What's next for you
in the studio. They're going to be in Oxnard covering training camp. But back here in the Metroplex, Revolution, a big show coming to the Toyota Music Factory once again next Friday night, July 29th. You can buy tickets to go see Revolution at livenation.com. But I have a pair of tickets right now for caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
The Fans Brew Crew continues to roll on this Saturday with the G-Bag Nation's
Talk with the KMC Masterpiece.
Hey, Sean.
Hey. You guys, I'm sure, in a fantastic mood.
Yeah, hey, look, we have an hour-and-a-half show, and basically, if I don't accidentally say I have cancer today, I feel like I'm ahead of the game.
Wow.
Whoa, you want to
Starting in hot with political humor.
Want to
What do
talk
you mean?
politics?
Who has cancer?
I don't know. Joe Biden said he had cancer. Excuse me, President Joe Biden said he had cancer yesterday, and then they're like, he doesn't.
Wait,
Don't worry about it.
definitely has COVID. That just came out.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, no. But does he really have it, or did he say he had it?
What are you doing right now?
I don't
Great. What are the rules going to be in California while we're there?
Oh, yeah.
Well, just wait, Mike. We don't know yet, but on July 29th, they're going to institute an indoor mask mandate in L.A. County.
But L.A. County.
Yeah, we're in Ventura County.
We don't spend much time indoors, right? Like, that place feels like an outdoorsy type area.
Right.
And the weather's so
I
nice.
threw all my masks out anyway. I ain't wearing one.
Okay.
Okay, but in the airport,
Way to go, tough guy.
will you wear a mask if they're like, we're going to, I don't know, give you a ticket or take you to jail or something?
Be like Bill Burr on his comedy special. You seen that one on Netflix yet?
Not yet.
It's pretty good.
It's on Red Rocks. It's at Red Rocks in Colorado. It's pretty funny.
You going to tell us about it?
Well, he kind of gives you.
Hey, do that.
Sean is salty this
He
morning
gives
on
you-
our hour-and-a-half
So
show.
you saw it last night.
I'm almost done with it.
So
yeah.
he just, to start off, he pretty much gives the two sides of COVID,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
what are the two sides
can't
of
remember.
COVID?
I was drinking.
Well, it's like, you got to wear a mask and put an Afghan on. And while you're looking at pictures, you can't breathe because, it's just like that person who's
or,
like,
or you're the one that's like,
or F COVID, it ain't real.
mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think those are the two sides. I think there's a middle ground.
Yeah, but he's
that's
definitely
fun,
real,
right?
That's incorrect. There is not a middle ground.
It's 100%
There can't be.
real. There's no doubt about that.
No, that's not 100% real. I was a middle person. Like the one extreme is the person with the mask on driving by themselves.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's the one extreme.
I think that's weird.
Now, if I was going into a grocery store at a point in time,
Yep.
I would wear one.
Absolutely.
But I'm not wearing it when I get back into my car. So therefore, the extreme is not.
But
legit.
here you are judging them, not knowing, because just
I'm
like,
not judging anyone.
No, you
I
don't
am.
know that if that person's an Uber driver and they're driving with their mask on because they're keeping their car tidy like
Okay,
that.
how about the person walking down the street with no one in sight with the mask on?
On the beach.
Yeah, that one
On the beach.
That one I'd
How
have
do you
no
know that
clue.
person
But it-
exists if no one's in sight?
Oh yeah, good point.
Photos. Doctored, maybe, potentially.
What's coming up on your program?
Well, it's the
Do
dream.
you not like this line of
It's the dream
No.
hour-and-a-half show. So we're looking forward to turning things over to Jared Sandler and the baseball that's going to be going on with the Texas Rangers. Bold predictions for the second half of the season. My buddy's an idiot and gridiron gravy, all coming up in the first hour.
2 new items have come on eBay if you type in Zach Wilson MILF. This is amazing. People are putting on there just
MILF
to try to-
Hunter?
the
Yeah.
MILF Hunter. That's his nickname.
So what's on eBay with it?
Like if you want to buy a card or something, I was just searching yesterday Zach Wilson, and then I see like fire emojis, MILF Hunter and stuff. So then I'm like, is this a deal? And it's kind of a deal that people put on there now with Zach Wilson. Like, hey, I'm going to put on there when I'm explaining what I'm selling of Zach Wilson, I am going to put MILF or MILF Hunter on there.
RJ, was there ever a time in your life you were a MILF hunter? Because I could see that.
Trying to think.
I was at the gym yesterday, and there was a young, maybe 17-year-old kid wearing an "I Love Hot Moms" shirt, and I was like, I
hell
wonder if
yeah.
that works. Like, I wonder if hot moms are in the gym, and they're just like, you know what? I'm gonna go talk to this kid now. I'm gonna tell him why his shirt's all wrong.
Oh,
and then they fall in love with him
oh my God.
because
He's
they weren't gonna
too
talk to him
young.
anyway. Otherwise,
The real reason I wasn't in a great mood is Bassick messed up my prank.
Oh,
I
man.
went and stole his.
Oh my God.
I go into the fridge and it says Mike with 3 boxes of his protein bars, and I took 2 of them. So I was waiting for you to come in
and go to the kitchen.
And then come on here and go on a 10-minute rant of how someone stole 2 boxes. But I guess you don't eat these this early, so I'm very disappointed.
Yeah, usually what's
my
our
prank went awry?
What's our snack time at Soda? About 10ish.
It depends on what time you wake up, but yes.
Yeah. So
it would have been 10ish.
Well, yeah. So you're supposed to have your breakfast. I wake up around 7, so breakfast 7 to 8 o'clock, and then your snack is around 10ish, and then your lunch should be around 11:30 to kind of 12:30. So I mean, there's a way to try to alleviate your hunger while you're changing your diet.
How was your golf yesterday?
Brutal.
When did you play?
From 3:30 to 5:30.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good Lord.
I was at Stevens. There actually
Stephen
was
Jones?
Stevens golf course in North Oak Cliff area.
Mike and Stephen Jones are besties. Yeah.
No chance.
I mean, it's great. I mean, he has a free job. He gets paid $500 million a year to show up.
You see, they got the second most cap space right now available behind just Cleveland.
We mentioned yesterday
means
that they
the most
had like
rollover.
$22 million.
That way, when Myles Garrett becomes available in Week 5, we can get him.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
But it was.
But we'll still
tough.
have Dorrance Armstrong, so we won't get him.
Don't need him.
It was so tough to do that.
Now, did they charge you less? Was anyone out there, and did they charge you less? In
It
these
was
Twilight, right?
It was $34 to play. So that's a pretty good price.
That's not bad.
So I'm sure that's less than what it would be if it was April or May, right? I mean, April and May teeing off at 3 o'clock, I'm assuming is $50? I don't know.
I don't know. It depends on the course. I mean,
Right.
3 o'clock, usually the rates go down anyway.
Did you say if there's other people out there?
There actually were. So I had to, after playing 4 holes in, 45 minutes. I mean, I'm playing quick golf because it is hot and I'm going to try to get in 18 without like really being out in the weather too long. I got to hole 5 and there was a little bit of a backup. This is where you go underneath Hampton. So I just went right back to the other side and went to hole 8 and was like, I'm going to keep playing. There's no way I can like stop on any holes in this weather.
Did you wear sunscreen like Baz Luhrmann?
Did you walk the course?
No way.
How's your golf game looking?
Honestly, I am hitting the ball further than I've ever hit it.
Oh.
Even like when I was way younger and way stronger for the most part. But I took a lesson from a professional. So I used to pull away from the ball or inside out the ball, which is a great baseball swing. But I had too much of a baseball swing in my golf swing. So I'm starting to get more of a golf swing. And yesterday on one of the holes, which I never hit it like into the creek because I just can't hit it that far. I hit it into the creek. So I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't use a driver on this hole anymore because it was 265 to the creek. And I'm like, I'm usually like 240, 250. But now I'm like, and there are other holes where I'm like, oh my God, like I've never been this close to the hole before.
Did anyone watch the ESPYs last night?
No.
What do you?
Nothing?
Close to the hole before?
Oh my gosh, now you did it too.
Is
That's piece of the week's gonna be awesome.
Is that what you reacted to?
Did you watch it? Did you like it?
No, I didn't watch.
Oh.
I used to like it years ago, but I haven't watched it forever.
It's like fake awards.
Yeah.
Oh, the ESPN is giving out awards. It used to be very cool 20 years ago, maybe even 15 years ago, but now at this point, like when Flula did the Dirk thing on the ESPYs, that was great.
Yes.
But at this point, I'm just like, I don't know. They feel like fake awards.
Average cost, speaking of fake.
God.
I like him.
Remember you talked about how complimentary he was yesterday?
Today is turn. The rain comes, the sky starts sweating
I started
again.
with that cancer thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you started with the cancer. Biden cancer. You got a 90-minute show.
What do you think of inflation? When do you think it's going to come down?
No, I'm sorry. No, let's talk about the Rangers ticket prices.
Hey, gas prices apparently dropped a little bit. Right, we were at $4.
I was,
yeah, man, it's almost a bargain.
I saw $3.65 in my neighborhood, and I was like, "Oh, this is great."
I think the bottom is in for the stock market. So things turning around.
The bottom is in.
Like we hit the bottom.
Like we hit the bottom.
Oh, that's good.
It wasn't until we went to Boston when we started getting ripped off again. DFW seems like a steal amongst those thieves.
California's going to be probably $5.50 for gas there when we're there.
Oh yeah.
Well, we get to expense it.
Yeah, we do. Yes, we do.
Okay, so we had a decision. What was the right one? hotel room solo, and you pay for your meals, or the company pays for the meals and you double up.
I've thought about this a lot on the drive into work. I'm like, did we win this
Right.
or did they win this? And ultimately, I don't care. I was like, I'm like, you know what? I know what I'm going to eat and I know what I'm going to drink. So that's like me living my life anyway, but I don't want to have to pay extra rent. So in my mind, I was like, I'm not paying extra rent.
So you went solo room.
Yeah. I was like, pay for the room. I'll eat my own foods.
What'd you pick?
Well, I'm not going to be there.
Oh!
But I'm very cheap, so I would have doubled up to get my meals paid for.
Oh, you would have doubled up to get the meals paid for.
Yeah, I'm solo. I'm a 44-year-old man. I'm
I'm
not living with another man for 2 weeks that I don't, I'm not intimate with, I guess.
It's literally absurd we have to share a room.
And my shot was at Jared Sandler, who walked in. So just so you know.
Oh, I think Jared is lovely.
I do too. I do too.
His shirt's awesome too.
Yeah.
Don't show that
dated,
on
if
camera.
you ask me.
I love how I get these random texts from Jared at like 6:15 in the morning, and it says 1 for 3 from the perimeter, all 3 good looks. Got to knock them down though, finishing well in the paint. And I'm like, wrong text, but no, he's just sending me the morning recap from the hoops
Were you
game.
at Northwest Bible Church playing? All right, good deal.
There it is, right there. Is Jesse Holly still out there playing? Turn on his mic real quick.
He played the other day.
Who is the best?
don't
Is
put him on
someone that we would know that's the best out there that you can name on this station?
Yeah, Jesse. Jesse. We have some guys who will drop in who are semi-pro or whatever they play in Europe, but like of guys when Jesse's in shape, Jesse is probably can be the best. If not him, then Patrick Creighton.
Oh
yeah, PC.
Yeah. You ever go? Are you better at golf or basketball?
Well, at this point, golf. I can't. My body refuses to do basketball.
That's just like Davis Bertans.
Oh, so you can just straight shoot.
I could. Yeah. I mean, I don't. I mean, being
Driving
honest here,
contest or 3-point
we're gonna
contest?
have on Jim Stevenson, the scout who signed me. I was a college basketball prospect at small schools. Like I could have gotten a college basketball scholarship. Now, I will also say this, being honest, I would have waved a towel and cheered my whole college career. But I mean, I couldn't go to UT. I couldn't go to any places like that. But we're Abilene Christian or schools like that. Yeah, they were interested in me in being a college guy. But then once my Phil McNeely, Hall of Fame basketball coach at Duncanville, was like, hey, he's an All-American baseball player. You might not want to waste your time on the college basketball front with him.
All right, we're back tomorrow. Enjoy the show. The KMC Masterpiece, followed by Rangers.
We didn't set the schedule, Sean. I don't know why you're so mad about this.
But all I could do was shoot.
Rangers baseball right here on the Fan. All right.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is going to be a KNC Quickie. We will go until 11:30 today, getting ready for some Rangers baseball. So I want to give you a heads up about something. Usually, we've been doing a giveaway in the 12 o'clock hour.
We're doing it now?
Today, we will do it in the 10 o'clock hour instead of the noon hour, since we won't be on that. But I want to start off with this. The Rangers start the second half of the Major League Baseball season. I've got some bold predictions for the second half of the MLB season, but what is yours for the Rangers? Our good Twolos and Tolos. If you want to get involved on the Twitch or at 877-881-1053, bold predictions for the second half of the Rangers season. Is there anything that jumps to mind for you, fine gentlemen?
I guess a bold prediction will be this. Marcus Semien is our best player in the second half.
Okay.
I know there's 72 games. It's a little bit different. It's not like split up perfectly. Yeah. But I would say these 72 games, if people are still... First impressions mean everything, right? Because there could be a lot of people that just barely watch baseball, and they're like, I'm a Ranger fan as long as they're in it. And now that they're kind of not in it, they're probably, and I get it, right? The majority of people are like, hey, we're a week away from the Cowboys starting, which means I'm a week away from caring less about anything else in my life besides the Cowboys. I think Marcus Semien is going to have a really nice finish to this season, and it's nothing against Seager, nothing against Adolis Garcia or any of those guys. I just think these last 72 games, I bet we're going to go, man, Marcus Semien is our best hitter.
Do you think that will make the overall picture of the year for him look respectable?
I do, because I think that at the end of the year, he's going to be over 250, and he's going to have 25 to 29 home runs. I won't get him all the way to 30. That would be freaking amazing in 70 games. What does he have, 12 or 14 right now?
So still not great, but
but
better.
Overall, I think you look at it and you go, those are, out of all second basemen in baseball, he'll have top 7 offensive numbers.
Okay.
Which I know we're hoping for the best. But I think after the first 6 or 7 weeks being arguably the worst offensive second baseman in the game, that you go from, hey, after 6 weeks into the season, you're 30th out of 30 starters offensively. We know he's not going to be that bad, but to get into easily the top 10 offensive second baseman, having that bad of a stretch to start the year, I think is pretty impressive.
All right, then I'll go with this one. Bold prediction, the Rangers make a significant trade for a pitcher. And get that will help them not only this year but next year as well. And it'll be kind of like a Cole Hamels thing where you're like, whoa, this is more about next year. You're out of it, but then they finish strong this season, and you're like, okay, we have a couple more moves for this team, but I think they make a significant move for a pitcher at the trade deadline. So that's my bold prediction. I don't know who.
So what I just heard you say is we're getting Luis Castillo.
That's what,
That is what I just heard.
During the All-Star game, Adrian was sitting with me watching the game, and I'm kind of going through, and there were so many times where I'd go, I've wanted that guy on this team for 3 years. I wanted that guy. And she was like, who's this guy? Because she liked his hair. And she's like, how does his hat fit on his head? How does it do that? And I was like, well, this is a pitcher that I've told Kevin I've wanted for a very significant amount of time. And he's a strikeout pitcher. This is perfect for us. But whoever the pitcher is, I think they're going to be on this club when the era of the lighters and Kumar Rockers take over as well. So I think they're going to be involved there.
I like what you're saying, and I like the team you're looking at. And I've been looking at this, and I need to find out more information on his injury, on his contract status, and everything like that. But I do look at the Reds, and I just wonder if the contenders are just going to give way too strong of an offer to the Reds for Castillo rather than us. But I wonder about Tyler. I think you say it Malley is the last name. I know it's spelt a little bit different. He's not having a good year this year, but he is on a horrible team. So 3-7, look, they're going to probably lose 100 games. 4.48 ERA in one of the best hitter parks in Major League Baseball. Cincinnati is just so easy to hit a home run there. So it's not an easy place to pitch. But last year, he was 13-6 with a 3.75. He's 27 years old. He's hurt. So if you're a contender, you can't really trade for him if you're not even sure if he's going to pitch the rest of this season. But if you're the Rangers, And
you're
like,
doing it for long
hey,
term.
we're doing this more long term than we need help right now, or it's not a good trade. I could see the Rangers pulling off a trade where they trade some of their kind of Justin Foscue. I'm just throwing it out. Like, where in the world is he going to play for the Rangers in his career? Like, you trade him some guys that maybe make more sense for Cincinnati's prospects, and then you get a guy that's 27 years old. You try to lock him up more on a 4-year deal. And now you're like, hey, we have him till he's 32 years old. He makes a lot of sense for the Rangers.
Yeah, that's kind of the. I think it's a significant pitcher that you can work with for a bit, but like Castillo, Kevin, that's the dream. Like that's the pipe dream. I'm sitting there going, okay, I'm set for a while.
Yeah.
And then I'm looking at like the future of, man, we have lots of strikeout guys on our club at that point. Because if you're looking at the mindset of the future with Leiter, if you're thinking about keeping those guys around, those are going to be strikeout pitchers. That's what they're going to be good at. That's what the hope is.
I feel like Kevin's going to make the bold prediction that in the next 2 weeks, Joey Gallo's back on the Texas Rangers.
Don't do it.
I'm not.
Lies. Do it.
Just say
what you feel.
You say it. Say it. Do it. Say it. Do it. Do it. Say it.
I mean, we all know it's going to happen, right?
Oh my
You're
gosh.
ready to just accept it. Scott Boras was setting it up by being like, you just wait when he ends up showing everybody what's what. The Yankees don't want him. He is still, I was about to say beloved, but that's probably too strong of a word. There's still a whole lot of people around here that really like him. Beloved is too strong because there's people who are like, he hit 197, I hate him. But like, I think there are still a lot in the fan base that do like him and what he can do, even if we've seen the deficiencies. And the number one deficiency in Joey Gallo's game is he seems to struggle with the mental aspect of playing in a ginormous market. And what I mean by that is like the Cowboys are the biggest franchise in the world, even though Dallas is not the biggest city in the world. It doesn't matter how big Dallas is. The Texas Rangers are not an important baseball team in the national scope. When people talk about it, like they have to be awesome to get to that level of talkability. The Yankees, doesn't matter if they suck, doesn't matter if they're great or anywhere in between. They are where it's at, and people will always care about them.
Joey Gallo is a national topic.
Yes.
He actually does make topics nationally on sports talk radio where he never has in his life before.
And if he comes back here, he will not.
It doesn't matter. He would have to hit, and honest to God, he would have to be right now at the break. He would have to have 40 home runs at the All-Star break in Texas for anybody to ever talk about him nationally, where he's threatening 60 plus or even 73 home runs.
And that is probably what he needs. And so
yes, 100%.
I do see the appeal of bringing him back. If for nothing else, I think you can get him for very, very, very little. And I think if you decided to keep him longer term, that would not be as expensive as we once feared. And I think he would instantly get better without the pressure of the media and focus every single day. So yes, I 100% see the possibility for that to happen. From the 817, this bold prediction kind of bums me out. Bold prediction, seriously. Martin Perez will be traded or will have a mid-4 ERA.
No, his ERA won't be that high, but I will say this.
You think he's going to get traded now?
No. 25 to 33% chance that he does get traded. So I'm not putting it at nothing. So I'm not saying he will get traded, but I think the Rangers are going to listen to offers. The Rangers aren't going to do the Yu Darvish thing in 2017 where they were pretending like we're waiting, we don't know. And then it got to be deadline and John Daniels panicked a little bit and was like, crap, nobody offered me anywhere close to what I was asking for.
Yeah.
We're down to 2 hours left until the deadline is over. And he called up all teams and said, I'll take whatever you give me. And the Dodgers are like, well, look, if you're just going to trade him for whatever, we'll give you a guy who has no position and a couple of pitching guys that maybe could work out for you down the road. And he's like, this is my only offer. I'm taking it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't think we're going to get anywhere close to that with Martin Perez. I think they're going to listen to offers, but I would be surprised if they take a Spencer Howard offer for him.
Right. I would love it if this turns out to be true. I just don't think it will be the case. From the 214 bold prediction, we will get to 500 and stay 2 to 3 games above it until the end. I know it probably won't work like this, but I'm telling you, man, For as much crap as he's taken at times this year, if the Rangers are 2 to 3 games above 500 at the end of the season, I think Chris Woodward should be in consideration for Manager of the Year.
I'm with you.
None of us predicted that they would be over 500.
No.
For the whole year, right?
Yeah.
We're all in the low to high 70s.
Yeah. I had 81, so that puts them at 500, I believe.
So it's 75,
according to math.
I think. That is right.
I have on my folder here, Kevin. I'll look at it real quick.
Okay.
On my folder, I wrote down everybody's selections as well as keeping track of how often you sneeze.
Did you also write down your high school or middle school crush and change your last name for them?
No, but it looks like somebody did a check yes or no on my folder. So
great.
Maybe I did. 81 for me, 76 for Mike, 75 for Kevin.
Okay.
77 for Reggie Payton, Alec. So like that's kind of where we are in that world. I don't know what Payton actually chose, but that chair chose 77. So
probably 79.
Okay. Unfortunately, given how they finished the first half of the season and the struggles they had against, well, what at one time seemed like inferior opponents, but maybe not so much.
The way they started was poor.
Yeah.
The way they started the season was poor, and that's going to put them just a little bit behind. If they can start better next year or start hot in the second half, they have a really good chance.
I would love it if they got to this point.
You want me to tell you what's going to be tough about this prediction? Starting August 30th, because I was going to say September, but August 30th, you have a 2-game series against Houston. Then you go to Boston for 4, back to Houston for 3 versus Toronto. Then you get Miami and Oakland, 2 bad teams for the most part. Then at Tampa, Angels stink. Then the Guardians, then Seattle, then the Angels again, then 4 against the Yankees. That is a hell of a September schedule. So as much as we've looked at the last 40 games approximately and gone, hey, this is an easy schedule, you got to take advantage of it. And the Rangers ultimately have not been able to take advantage of that schedule. If you look at September and you just go, are we better than them today? No, 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 yes, yes, no, yes, no, no, yes, no.
Yeah.
That's the end of the series that you play. There's a lot more no's than yeses in there. So you'd have to be playing great September baseball to try to be at or above 500.
From the 972, and this is a question that we get from time to time. Honestly, what is the point of keeping Perez? You can't.
I like how you say that.
I know.
I just say Perez.
All the young kids are not going to hit at the same time. Like, if you get something good, like really good for him, and it's not a panic trade like you referenced earlier, then I absolutely see the idea of trading him. But otherwise, you want to have pitchers like him and Gray to help build while the young kids come. Like, look, I hope that White and Wynn and Leiter and Rocker, and I hope they're all awesome. And you're like, oh my God, we have too many pitchers. Like, what a ridiculous riches that we have. It is unlikely that all of them get to the major leagues, let alone are all really good in the major leagues. So that's one of the things is like, you keep some competent pitching around for a team that we have 2.5 pitchers. Maybe 3?
Yeah, I'd say 3.
Okay.
I mean, the thing is you have to hope Dane Dunning comes back and he's healthy, which he should be. But at that point, you're really rolling out for the rest of the year. 40% of your starts are an unknown.
Yes.
You don't know who's going to start them. You don't know if you're going to do the opener thing, which unfortunately I think the Rangers are 1-6 in using the opener this year. So that hasn't gone
let's
too
not do
well.
that anymore then.
But it's probably what you're going to do. You're going to share games like Glenn Otto and Garrett Richards are going to share a game. And like, can you guys get us 15 to 18 outs combined? You know, I mean, that's going to be kind of how the Rangers might have to look at the second half at times. So if you do trade Martin Perez and he's gone from your organization forever, well, what do you do next year? You have John Gray, Dane Dunning, and what? And people have to understand this. I love Jack Leiter. I think Jack Leiter is going to be a top 15 starting pitcher in the game in his prime.
Woo!
but he probably is not even ready to start next year to start the year. You can't just say, well, he put up a 5.5 ERA, so I bet he's going to get major league hitters out.
So have him fail up, yeah.
Right. I mean, we did that with Leody Taveras, and then people aren't even noticing how good of a player he is now because what did we do? We threw him in the major leagues before he was even close to being ready to compete at this level. And then people don't even recognize how good of a player he's become, your casual fan, because they gave up on him. You will, listening right now, you will give up on Kumar Rocker. I already know who you are, and it's most of you. You'll give up on Kumar Rocker. You'll give up on Leiter. You'll give up on Owen White. You'll give up on Cole Winn if you put them in the major leagues too quick and they come up here and in 10 starts, they put up a 5 or 6 ERA. You're going to say they're trash, they're horrible, Rangers can't develop, and it just be that you're putting them in a position to fail. And so you got to give them time. And part of giving them time is in 2023, probably having 2 to 3 veteran pitchers on your starting staff so you're not forcing them to pitch. AJ Alexi came up the other day kind of in a forced situation.
Yeah.
We don't have anybody. We know you're not pitching well. Just come up and pitch in the major leagues for a day and we're going to send you back down. You don't want to put these kids in forced situations.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. 877-881-1053. Plus, got a cool note for you about the Cowboys on Thanksgiving. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Listen. Stream The Fan 24/7 all day.
Not for immediate relief. Do you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of high gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Cowboys have revealed that they will wear those throwback white helmets with the blue star on Thanksgiving versus the New York Giants for this season. I really like that helmet.
It is a cool looking helmet. That's the one they wore from 60 to 64. It was their primary helmet, I do believe, and I like it.
We weren't great those years, but we were coming up in the world.
I still, and I know
like now.
I still, I still know. Like Jerry he loves tradition. They love to use the nostalgia of the Cowboys to sell the Cowboys. It's easy,
except when it comes to putting those people in the Ring of Honor.
Yeah. I still like the idea of the black matte helmets that came out a few years ago. And it was an idea, and it was more of an idea than anything else. I still like those a lot, and I think those are, as I tweeted, I think those are fire emoji. So I'd love to see if they could do it, because this is the two helmet season, where you get the option of using. So where we discussed last week, Mike, whether it was the creamsicle or the dreamsicle, what you decide what color that is, dreamsicle or creamsicle, both is the right answer. But yeah, that's pretty cool that they're doing that.
All right.
Soft orange.
Now, 877-881-1053. It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know, and we want to hear it. Now, I don't know if you think this person is an idiot or not, and their conglomerate probably has the money to spare, but did you see the Warriors owner was fined $500,000 for talking about how unfair the luxury tax was? Which is kind of hilarious, because it's like, hey, I don't want to pay all this money to the luxury tax. And they're like, well, bad news. Now you have to pay $500,000 more.
But for talking about it.
For just complaining about it.
What?
Just complaining about it.
I don't think he's an idiot for that. I think he started something, and most of the owners have to sit down and have a conversation of, hey, we made these rules. Why did we do this? Why are we costing ourselves?
It's a weird bit from the NBA too, because a couple of years ago he paid $69 million in the luxury tax. Nice. Then he paid $170 million in luxury tax, and this year he's going to pay $181 million in the luxury tax. And so we're talking more than $400 million, and they're like, you know what? We're going to fine you $500,000. Whoa! He's probably going to have to shut down the franchise now.
No, he's like, look at all the people coming into this arena every night. But Mark Cuban, like he's in a luxury tax every year, right?
He's never been.
No.
What?
Well, since they changed the rules.
Yeah. This is the first time in like 10 years. And so that's why he let Brunson go.
Oh, my God.
Or maybe there's other reasons, too.
I mean, Brunson just left. He was like, I'm going to go play where I want to play.
Couldn't give him an offer.
Yeah.
They never had time.
Yeah. We just had him here.
That's the most amazing thing that they're trying to get away with to the public.
Yeah.
That the majority of casual fans believe is that the Mavericks never had a chance or opportunity to offer the person in their organization.
Couldn't do it.
They never called his agent up.
That's a problem.
And said, hey, I know that you're thinking about New York. What do you think about this offer? No, they never had that conversation. My butt.
Okay.
I think this guy's an idiot from the 808. A black helmet doesn't go with anything. Okay.
Oh, I thought black went with everything.
Black goes with everything.
You think the players like it because it's slimming?
Yeah, absolutely. What, you saying that black doesn't go with everything?
I think it pretty much does. Black and brown together. That's a tough one, right?
Yeah.
Usually you have to choose
I
between
guess the rules
black
have
and
changed,
brown.
though. The rules have changed. You can have a brown belt and black pants, I've been told. I didn't know this for a long time. But yeah. But you may have a point there. I don't know what I see with black and brown often, like maybe the House of Stark or something. I don't know. But yeah, it seems like that's Game of Thrones.
Yes. No, I got it.
No, I know. Yeah.
He wanted you to keep
I'm just thinking
going.
about like when I have to dress up, there's times where I'm like, black shoes with this, but I do see guys with like, let's say navy or like a blue suit. Usually you go brown with it.
Yeah. It looks cooler.
The Carolina Panthers are blue and black and they look great, right? Yeah. So I guess there's some times where I just look at my shoes to the pants that I'm wearing and going, does black work here?
Do you ever decide maybe just don't wear the pants?
I'm not wearing pants today.
Yeah. I like that approach, Mike.
Now, I want to know here, is Floyd Mayweather an idiot, or am I an idiot for not having this on my baby registry? He bought an $18,000 mink car seat for his grandson. Is he an idiot for spending that much, or am I an idiot for not $18,000? Or am I an idiot for not having an $18,000 car seat on the baby registry? Which I have to admit, I did not know existed until I saw this story.
Which
I forgot.
friend do you think is going to buy you that $18,000?
I would hope you.
I know.
You're midday for a while now. You just bought a new house.
You registered at Target.
Check baby list. You'll find.
You
all
need
of
to
our
send me
stuff
the
on
link
baby
so I
list.
can send it to Adrian.
Man, okay, baby
Registry.
list, people. We're registered on baby list.
Yeah,
Find a register.
Look
Okay,
up
you
Hagelin.
can do that off air, Mike.
You have to look up Drummond or Hagelin.
It's
Mr. Drummond.
Both, right?
Her last name is Hagelin now. She will tell you that.
By yeah, only by name.
It would have
only.
been cooler if you'd have said, "Hey, I'm going to take your last name." Not progressive, just because you think her last name's cool.
Her name is cooler.
Yeah,
And
man.
people wouldn't have a tough time pronouncing it. You know, when we got married,
Hageland.
that's what my sister said to my wife. She goes, "Well, welcome to having your last name mispronounced for the rest of your life."
Is
So-
there any chance your name
Baxic.
is Luke Hageland or Sydney Hageland?
Are you kidding me? Are those real people?
Yeah, dude. Now we got to
They're
go
on the
search
Target
out which
registry.
Okay, well, I told you baby list, so that's probably part of the reason. All right. So,
One of them says event date,
well, I guess-
9/4/2020.
So I don't know if you
Dominic.
I don't
and
know if you should be
Sydney.
reading all of this stuff out.
You guys should have got married a while ago. It is 2022.
Hey, so here's the deal. How much do you love that kid? You know, like this is.
I do not love that kid.
$18,000
$18,000 car seat.
Wow.
Look. No. I love him $18,000 worth. I don't love him $18,000
You
car
only love
seat
that
worth.
kid
Oh man,
$18,000.
if you looked how much IVF costs, I love him a hell of a lot more than that. And that's not how he even came along.
Okay,
So,
all right,
but not for a
Irritable
car
bowel
seat.
syndrome?
Yeah. What?
What?
No, IVF. That is a different
IVF.
thing. Man, I thought sometimes you didn't care in a regular show. Today, you're really.
I super care. I'm on Target right now. You're not even registered. You
I
don't-
just told you that's not where it is.
Sorry, that frustrated me.
Don't you register at other places?
Baby list is like a catch-all for all of that.
Babylist.com.
Are you
Okay.
on Babies R Us?
No, oh my God. All
That's
right.
dead.
Is this
What? There's no more Babies R Us.
Are you serious? Is this
True.
person an idiot? Did you see that there was a cameraman during the World Championships, the track and field World Championships, that was just on the track during the steeplechase? And he was like, "Hey, I can get a really good angle." And then the people had to run around him. I don't know if you thought like, oh, it's more of a distance kind of thing, so I can get in people's way.
Yeah.
But that feels... I'm surprised nobody like pushed him over or something.
In my way while I'm trying to run. I'm already trying to run. That's irritating enough.
What would you do? You're leading the pack.
Uh-huh.
You don't want to break away. But that he's like right in the second lane.
Gotta hurdle him. It's the only option.
But he's standing full size.
All right. I mean, what other options do I have other than to hurdle him?
You can go
or run right through him. Use my ghost powers and run through him.
Uh-huh.
So I've always wanted that ability to go
Man.
through somebody.
Why are people texting in? Are you putting a price on your baby safety? There is no way that the $18,000 car seat is just the safest.
Do you have to also get the $18,000 seatbelt to go along with it?
In the stroller.
Kevin
component?
would like the DC Comics baby Batman walker.
That actually does sound right. My wife registered for a lot of things that she thought I would like.
I'm on babylist.com.
I told you that was
your address is private.
Okay.
Though. Can you give that out so we know where to send it?
I think that if you just order it, they'll take care of that for you, Mike.
But for the listeners,
okay, you know what, Mike? That's probably an off-air conversation as well.
Yeah, I don't have your address.
Okay, well, it's not like you would show up to my house anyway.
I wasn't going to. I was just going to have it delivered.
Okay.
Some of this stuff sounds boring. I don't want to buy you hangers.
Okay, this all sounds like stuff that we can deal with off-air.
All right.
From the
Do it have nipples
sounds
on there?
fun on the air right now.
Are there nipples on there?
I don't think you can buy those.
Why not?
They come with like
The bottle
the person.
nipples. No, the bottle nipple.
Oh, I don't know. I'm still looking.
Okay. Do you have a specific brand?
If it should be on the list.
Who wants to get something for Kevin for his baby? 877-881-1053.
Plug-ola? I'm really not sure if we should be doing
I didn't
this.
say please give something to Kevin.
Okay.
I said who wants to.
Don't
I'm
get
just-
formula. The government took that
There
away.
might be
Oh
some
my
people. No,
God.
hey, we got 8 million cans coming thanks to Joe.
Do you think that the Vanderbilt football head coach is an idiot because I think he did the right thing. What is it, Mike?
How lucky is Vanderbilt that they're already in the SEC? Wouldn't they get kicked out? I mean, besides
there's no way they would be
besides baseball, which they're great at. I'm sure they're great at other things, and they academics are unbelievable
GPA.
at. But yeah, and women's bowling, according to Sandler over there. But there's no way that the SEC is like, I guess you get a free win. Like, hey, we give everybody a free win. We're keeping Vanderbilt. But like Vanderbilt shouldn't be part of this
not
unbelievable
for long,
conference.
my friend. Their head coach, he's undeterred by his 2-10 season, by their 2-10 season last year. He said, we know in time Vanderbilt will be the best program in the country. Man, I like it that he didn't even say. He didn't even say. I get it. He's not going to come out there and go, look, we sucked then, we suck now, we're going to continue to be terrible.
Maybe he just knows that they have a leg up when it comes to NIL. Like they're like, we've just been waiting for it to be legal, and now that it's legal, we really have a plan in place.
I mean, maybe so. I would have thought he would have said, we'll be one of the best.
The
he
best.
said the best. Now, is it true they've never been in the SEC championship game? Yes. Is it also true that Vanderbilt has never won 10 games? Yes, that is also true. But he said there's no cheat codes. They're going to get there the hard way, but they will be the best program in the country.
The 214. I love Kevin. I'll buy his baby stuff from the
That'd be great
972. Baby's first 9 COVID vaccinations are on me, Kevin. Thank me and Joe. And then I'll send you my child along with all of his stuff.
You know what? There was definitely a time that if somebody just wanted to send us their kid, we probably been like, that sounds fine.
Yeah.
From the 972.
Vanderbilt opens up against Hawaii and Elon. They should be
2-0.
Yeah.
Let's
I don't
do
know,
it.
man.
Elon?
Yeah, must.
Yeah. He
created
couldn't buy
a
Twitter,
college,
so
I
he
guess.
started a football team.
No way.
And then the lawsuit might make him buy Twitter. From the 972, I'm sorry. I think Kevin's an idiot because he keeps trying to push through this segment. Just absorb it, Kevin, and just love all of the love. Yes.
Like LSD.
If you love my baby, I think that's fantastic.
Where are you going with that LSD comment, Mike?
I was watching a Netflix thing on LSD. It's interesting. Mike likes it tomorrow, 12:40.
Okay,
LSD
all right.
talk.
Okay.
Oh, is that the expand your mind thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, how to change your mind? It's really cool looking. I think I'm going to watch it.
Okay.
Watch it tonight if you can, or today you have extra free time.
Okay.
And so you can really have a good LSD talk with me.
You too, Kevin.
Okay.
Because I'm thinking about experimenting on it.
What the hell?
That's for tomorrow.
For research. For research.
Oh, my God.
For the show.
And by the way, I was just going to ask y'all, do you think that the 76ers are idiots or do you think they're smart? Because they got James Harden to take a pay cut, but they gave him a 2-year, $68.6 million deal with a player option. He did take a pay cut.
Smart.
He said, just go get the best players and I'll take whatever's left.
Yeah.
Like Wesley Matthews that year. He was like, they were like, we'll just give you whatever's left.
And then we got nothing, and they're like, here's a raise. Because we don't understand how this salary cap works.
We're out of time, but Vanderbilt going to be good. They lost to East Tennessee State last year, 23-3. Somehow they beat Colorado State, and they beat UConn.
In time, they will be the best, best in the country.
They lost to Georgia, 62-0. They lost to Florida, 42-0. They lost to Mississippi State, 45-6. I guess they played Ole Miss tight. They lost 31-17 to the other ranked team they played.
Is that a baby list?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on it right now.
Okay, great.
You guys
Mike,
look like a cute couple.
Is that a .com or a .org net?
I don't think it's a .org. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the one team a lot of folks think can go undefeated. Plus, we will do our giveaway. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up.
Odyssey app.
In Texas, we're proud to be the flag bearer for freedom. Classic Chevrolet gives you the freedom to choose from one of the largest selections of Silverados in the nation. Reserve yours now at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We got Gridiron Gravy coming up in just 1 second, but I feel like...
Let's give something away!
Caller number 10... I think that was supposed to be now.
I was drinking water when you said
at 877-881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win a pair of tickets to go see the Machine comedian Bert Kreischer September 17th at the Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. You can buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. We will get back to doing that giveaway in the noon o'clock hour tomorrow, but since we're off early today for Rangers, had to do it right now. Call in 877-881-1053. Now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Roasted bell peppers.
Okay, nice. I didn't expect that.
Oh, Mike left us. Where's Mike going?
Dude, you remember that old segment we used to do called Can Parker Produce?
Yeah.
And now Parker runs a station in
He's the king
Houston.
of radio.
Yeah. Peyton just showed he can produce better than Parker. So
whoa,
is he going to take over the company?
Peyton, there's a high bar.
Should I?
The last two producers we've had, one is currently the king of radio, and the other is the king of late night. So, what are you going to become the king of?
King of middays.
Okay.
Hey, but hold on. But we're here.
Oh, well, I meant just like producing.
Oh, okay.
The hell he did mean that.
Or maybe one day I'm in there with y'all.
He set his bar pretty low, though.
He's looking back at Carter, and they nodded their head at each other. I know exactly.
Because
I know exactly
one of them
what that
runs
means.
a station. He's like, I want to be a producer on a midday show. I'm like, come on. Is that really it? Like, that's as far as you want to go here?
Oh, no, it's not as far. But I
Okay.
mean, right now, it's there.
Okay, baby steps.
Baby steps.
Baby steps. I like this.
Now,
proud of you, kid.
Oh my God, that's so condescending. Let's continue to talk
proud of him.
about. Let's continue to talk about the greatness of J.J. Watt. Is
he still playing?
Don't
His body hasn't quit on him yet.
Look, that's a different story. But his heart will never quit.
That is a fact.
Helping the people out so this lady posted, I have a pair of at JJ Watt women's edition Reebok shoes, size 9. I've worn them twice. They're great shoes. I'm only selling them because we're raising money for my grandpa's funeral. I also have a Watt jersey. And she said, anyone interested? JJ Watt slid in and said, don't sell your shoes and jersey. We'll help with the funeral. I'm sorry for your loss.
Wow. That's awesome.
It really is.
That is really cool. Yeah, and he's consistently
So
done
many
stuff like this that I think that it just puts him in a different category. As like you're looking at him going, man, you were the best defensive player in the league for what, 5 years?
Yeah.
4 or 5 years?
Yeah.
And you have that going for you. When he's done with his career, he can do any of the stations. He can go immediately, and people, because he is a likable guy.
And like, he doesn't always seek out this attention. Like, you remember that lady, what was it, in England, who had JJ Watt socks on?
Yeah.
And he stopped her and said, oh my God, can I take a picture with you? And then she's the one who posted it, not him.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It seems like he's a good dude. Check this out. You know how yesterday Mike was trying to convince you to bet for the Cowboys to go undefeated?
Yeah.
There is one team.
He gave me really good odds, Kevin.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
The odds were in my favor, though.
Okay, I get it, but you shouldn't, like, was it, did she hold up 3 fingers for the Hunger Games, or was it 2? I don't remember. Anyways, I regret the way I phrased that. There are more bets on one team in the NFL to go undefeated than every other team combined. Think about that. This one team,
Cowboys,
it's not the Cowboys.
Seems like it should be.
Okay, but who do you really think it should be?
Probably the Bucks.
It's not.
I can see that. I can see the Chiefs, or the Bills.
Whoa, the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, their fans are insane.
Have more bets to go undefeated than every other team in the NFL combined. I'm not saying the most, more than the rest of them total.
Then combined?
Combined.
Wow. That's pretty impressive that their fan base, or that the betting group feels that strongly about them.
Yeah.
And they're because they have a tough division. That's why I wouldn't bet that. Like they have some tough teams to play against. I'm very interested. Maybe I should look at the rest of their schedule because I don't know who they're playing outside of their schedule, like outside of their division. But they got the AFC. They got the Broncos. That's preseason. All right, so they got the Titans, the Steelers. They got the Chiefs. They're gonna have the Vikings. They're gonna have the Packers. Nah, man,
not gonna happen.
That's not gonna happen. Like they can have a good season, and there are some bad teams. Like they got to play the Bears.
17-0.
They got to play the Lions. But yeah, 17-0. I just can't see that happen. They got the Ravens. They're a good team. That would be awesome though if they did. That would be really cool because I'm definitely drafting Josh Allen in my fantasy league this year.
Let's go from that to, you know what? I do appreciate this though. Why would he want to leave? This show is the pinnacle of radio. I like that. Thank you very much for the person that texted that in. We're simply the best.
Oh, really?
Better than all the rest.
Nice.
All right, let's go from that to there is a new weapon in Tampa as Kyle Rudolph signed a 1-year contract there, although Tom Brady did say that he can't be his first read because he went to Notre Dame. So he's like, I respect that. I really do.
Kevin, I just want to point out, when did this segment start? How long ago did this segment start, you think?
6 minutes ago.
Carter already has a video up of me gargling water while I'm trying to scream now.
Man, you know what?
He's already got it up on...
Because he took that challenge of can Parker produce, and he was like, oh, I'll show you who can produce, buddy.
At CFree1053.
Man.
He has it up on Twitter already. I just want to throw that in there. That's what we do here at 1053 The Fan. We make things happen quick.
I didn't feel like I was trying to throw you for a loop. That's usually you'll be like, now.
Yeah, no, it was funny though.
All right, this was a weird news story yesterday that Jimmy Garoppolo has gotten permission to seek a trade, even though, didn't that happen like 6 months ago once the season ended?
Yeah, and I started thinking about this.
You're going to make the trade.
I would totally take him as a backup for Dak.
What would you give up?
I don't know, but I would totally do it. But he wants to be a starter. Like this is the argument I had in my own mind yesterday was I want to do this because, I mean, I'm not doing it as like hey, here's pressuring Dak. No, you're the backup. But if something goes wrong, I feel pretty confident that you can get the job done.
Would you?
Because you don't have to play the whole season and get hurt.
Would you consider giving up I'm going to say 2nd round pick and tell him there will be a competition? I know you said that's not like your ideal situation.
No, I'm not going to tell him that it's going to be a competition, but I would give up a 2nd round pick for that. I know Jerry won't, but man, like, dude, you're going to rely on Cooper Rush in a playoff game if something happens to Dak at the end of the year.
Right.
I would rather rely on Garoppolo, quite honestly. And I don't love him that much as a quarterback, but I'd totally he would be the best backup quarterback in the league.
Well, supposedly the Browns aren't interested. And this development furthers that idea. You know who they're looking at instead? A.J. McCarron and Josh Rosen.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever seen A.J. McCarron's chest hat, dude? That thing is awesome.
It feels like Josh Rosen will never run out of opportunities to get a job.
He was a first-round pick. You're always going to get options if you're a first-round pick just because people are like, well, maybe. I mean, maybe he can be that guy. And I don't know that dude has ever not been good, but he has never gotten the opportunity to be good. Like goes to the Cardinals and they're like, hey, we drafted Kyler. Sorry, buddy. See you later. And he goes to the Dolphins and they're like, hey, we drafted Tua. Sorry, buddy. See you later. Like he was just always on the move.
And then real quick, the NFL put out their wide receiver, tight end, running back rankings for all of the teams. So now they've put together a compilation, best and worst offensive playmaker teams. Which team do you think has the best offensive playmakers? Don't say the Cowboys.
Oh, man, that's tough because I think it's between the Dolphins and the Bengals. I think the Bengals are right there at the top of the heap, but I don't know how many.
You might be surprised. The Dolphins are actually 9th, although to be fair, last year they were 21st. And number 1 on the list, the Cincinnati Bengals, just to show their meteoric rise in 2020, 23rd.
Yep.
Last year, 13th.
Yep.
Now, number 1.
Yeah, I think Chase being what he is changes everything.
He's on the case?
Oh my God, did you just do a Paw Patrol reference?
I'm not familiar with that show.
Chase is that good. T. Higgins is he's a number 1 somewhere. but
Sure.
they could not pass up on Jamar Chase. So you have these guys that are really good.
What about with Kansas City? Do you think Sky is going to fly?
Coming up next here on the
Oh, hold on. I didn't tell you the Cowboys.
Okay.
They were third in 2020, second in 2021. This year, they're 11th.
Man, they're really in the rubble now, huh?
Going to cause some trouble. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105. I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. Coming up next, our countdown to camp series continues. Do you have more faith in the Cowboys offense or defense? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Keep the volume turned up. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We continue our countdown to camp. Do you have more faith in the Cowboys offense or defense? 877-881-1053. Just want to remind you tonight, 6 to 9 p.m. at Soulfire Brewing Company. 6 to 9 p.m. at Soulfire Brewing Company in Roanoke. The Brew Crew stop, the penultimate Brew Crew stop with RJ Choppy and Troy Hughes. Hang out with them. Also, get one of those awesome branded Brew Crew 105.3 The Fan pint glasses tonight.
I want to add something. This is Cowboys related, so I want to add something to this. Somebody said absolutely not worth giving up any 1 through 5 pick for a backup quarterback on the Cowboys team that isn't even in position to realistically compete for a ring right now. It's interesting. I think this team has, things have to go their way. All right, a lot of things have to go their way. If you lose Dak, though, you're done.
Yeah.
All right. So if you're like, I agree. This team, the whole thing, is kind of hanging on by a thread to be a team that's competing further in the playoffs. But if you lose Dak, the whole hope is lost. So for me, I think Garoppolo, if you need him to win 5 games until Dak gets back, he can keep you in that window. And that's why I don't know that Cooper Rush can. I think you may be saying, all right, throw your hat in for the season and see you later, Mike McCarthy, if something was happened to the quarterback.
Well, and I see that the person's point about not realistically competing for a ring, but there's no way that's how they view it, right?
Right.
I honestly, deep down, I truly believe that they don't think that. I know we talk about how Jerry just wants to make money, and I do get that. And a lot of times I think that too. But I still think they do believe sometimes it was an unlucky break here or there that kept them from winning. And they view this as, we can still win a Super Bowl this year. I don't necessarily think that, but I 100% believe they believe that.
Do you think that they would be in the mindset of, and I know we're kind of going off topic here, but do you think they would be in the mindset of, if something was to happen to the quarterback, we need to make another move now? Or do you think they would say, well, I mean, if we lose out, we get draft status? Because I think that would fall on McCarthy's head again there. And then McCarthy would be like, why aren't y'all even trying to help me here?
I don't think that the Cowboys do a good job of looking that version of
worst case
picture.
Scenario.
And yeah, I don't think they do a good job of looking.
You've consistently said that they are poor.
Yeah. Oh, I 100% believe that. If you want to knock the Cowboys, this is my number one. This is my number one concern about the Cowboys right now, as I got distracted because Paul Feinbaum is doing a live spot and somebody in an A&M shirt is standing right behind him doing horns down, which I thought was hilarious.
Penalty!
Even when Texas leaves.
Right?
That's so typical.
Even when Texas leaves.
It is. We're very petty and obsessed. I get it. But the thing that I think the Cowboys struggle with the most is people are like, oh, it's Jerry and Steven, and there's certain truth to that. But I think the problem is Jerry and Steven don't look big picture enough when it comes to the football. They look the most big picture when it comes to business, endorsements, advertising, getting their stadium built, and how they're going to generate more revenue, more interest, and more money. I 100% believe in that. But when it comes to the football field, they look so microscopic, and I don't understand why. We brought this up yesterday, and we can expand on it today. As I told you yesterday, I was like, I think the Cowboys have $22 million of cap money. Then you saw the report that that's the second most in the league. So what are the Cowboys going to do with it? Oh, we're going to roll it over, and that's super neat. Awesome. You know what you should start doing? You should start making some hard decisions about people that you know are not going to be with the team after this year. I'm talking about Zeke, and if you think that is financially prohibitive, then fine. When you cut him before the next season, take the entire salary cap hit right then. When you cut La'el Collins, you should have taken the entire salary cap hit right now, and I think they look too small with that. So to your point, Corey, no, I don't think the Cowboys would view it as, let's just say the worst happens and Dak gets hurt again, and it's at a time when they're 2-2 or 1-2 because they have a tough start to the season. Mm-hmm. I do not think they view it as, well, if we finish the season 3-14, 4-13, we could have our pick of what looks like is a stud quarterback class, or we could have our first pick of trading out of that pick and getting the stud quarterback and giving the stud quarterback to somebody else for all of the draft picks. I think that's when they make their move of, well, we can pick up somebody that can get us to 8, 9, 10 wins and eke into the playoffs. Well, what's going to happen then? You're going to get throttled, just like you did this year, just like you have in other years. That is my issue, is I don't think that the Cowboys think any season is worth sacrificing because of, I don't know, whatever reason. And I get it. There's probably fans, players, and they're like, I agree with them. You should never sacrifice any season. I get your point, but sometimes you have to look bigger picture. You didn't have to sacrifice this season to make the full hit on Lyle Collins. That would have changed nothing. If you don't want them to lose on purpose, I'm with you. But if your quarterback got destroyed and you had no other options, do you want that quarterback that's going to get you back to respectability? Or do you want to stay the course, see what Cooper Rush has got long-term, and potentially invest big time in the draft?
Yeah. All right, man. That's fantastic conversation right there about the Cowboys.
So I
can't wait till you tell Jerry that to his face next week in Oxnard.
Ooh, do you think that's why I'm not going to be there?
Is that why?
So it's not the baby, it's fear of confrontation.
Jerry's like, I don't want that Hagee showing up this year.
When it comes to Jerry confrontation, I usually leave that to you. And I just sit back and enjoy as the world burns. But to your point about Garoppolo, that's why I don't think that they would make that move. Because honestly, what's the market for Garoppolo? The Cleveland Browns, they got nothing, man. Mm-hmm. If when Deshaun Watson gets suspended, they're like, hey, we're going to roll this out. And today we're trying out Josh Rosen to be our backup. But we're not interested in Jimmy Garoppolo. You've seen teams that were not interested in Jimmy Garoppolo that need a quarterback. I do not think that Jimmy Garoppolo market is as robust as some folks seem to think.
Yeah, man, I'm looking at it right now, and I'm like, Pittsburgh, but they wouldn't want him.
Nope.
You know, they got
Kenny
Trubisky,
Pickett.
and they're kind of doing their thing. Atlanta, but they're moving on with,
that's a team that's looking at Stroud, Young, etc.
Houston, but they wouldn't want him either because they actually honestly want to give Davis Mills an opportunity, and they're still trying to rebuild that whole thing. New Orleans, would they even want Garoppolo over Jameis?
The reason why I think no is you've already seen the hype machine about Jameis Winston's leadership, right? Is they're like, what a great leader he is. And so they're in.
With his very long speech.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. I'm not saying he is or is not a good leader. I'm just saying they're in on Jameis Winston. So I
can't find a team.
I just don't think the market
Seattle's about it.
Yeah, and they were like,
yeah. He would work. I think he would work in the Giants. I think he would work there. With the city of New York and being that quarterback and everything. But they have so many problems. They have to use their draft. They have so many things they have to fix.
And ESPN just flashed the stat across their screen. The Cowboys have a 70% chance to make the playoffs. Well, who cares what happens after that? Why would you want to sacrifice that? I don't want to sacrifice that. I'm just saying if something happens, you need to be able to look big picture. Mm-hmm. And I think the Cowboys are terrible at that. Now, this is an aside because you brought it up. We'll get to the other topic probably tomorrow. I apologize for that. Charles Barkley, we talked about this yesterday, if he would leave inside the NBA. Well, now report came out this morning that Charles Barkley is going to play in the Live Golf Pro-Am. And Greg Norman, who's kind of the figurehead of the Live tournament, is prepping a broadcasting offer for Charles Barkley. So they already got.
Awesome.
Did they get David Faraday right?
Yeah.
And so would they?
But that's him playing.
Yes,
that's not him. I don't know how much of a broadcast conversation he would be part of. Because my thought yesterday, Kevin, when we discussed it, was, he's going to go be a broadcaster, and that'll be entertaining.
Sure,
because of what he's done with the match, with the guys. So I thought that would be entertaining and everything. But this is even a bigger thing where he's like, I'm going to play in it too, and that's intriguing to me because he's not good. So they're just like, you know what? We just want to entertain people,
and Barkley is supposedly under a 3-year, $30 million contract with Turner. And Liv can laugh at that if they want. They can be like, I'll give you 4 years for 80.
Yeah.
They can do it like that.
Because
like it's nothing.
Because they got their money legally.
Well, you know what? I'm not going to be drug into that conversation right now. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas. So we will talk with Jared Sandler right here on your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
fellows. Bad news is, the fellas here at the Fan are leaving the blistering Metroplex heat for soothing 70-degree temps in California, those sons of Good news, they'll be covering every square inch of Cowboys training camp better than anyone else. Cowboys training camp coverage starts next Tuesday and is brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and by Twin Peaks on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers. We've all probably felt this at one time or another, the feeling of dread to start the day due to credit card debt or maybe a missed mortgage or car payment. Rubin Associates can help you find a way out. Call Mark Rubin now at 1-800-Lawyers or go to DallasTexasLegal.com. Get your freedom and live your life back.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We will be leading you into Rangers baseball. So it's time to talk with Jared Sandler. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas.
Now, this might be preposterous and you might hate this concept, but I just want to ask you because I was reading an article about it. If you had to grade the Rangers for the first half of the season, do you think ESPN's grade of a C is fair?
What? I didn't read this article. Did they give like an analysis as to how they got to a C?
So yeah, they talked about how while Seager and Semien have picked things up, they both had sluggish starts, and then they also factored in the fact that you still haven't been able to see Josh Young because of the injury, and Jack Leiter struggling on the minor league level has slowed down some of their anticipation for the future. Not that Jack Leiter would have been here, but like in my mind, I was already counting him in for 2023, which might have been foolish to begin with. But so those are some of the bullet points, with the obvious positive bullet point being Martin Perez.
Yeah. C seems a little harsh. If this was next year, I would say that's probably fair if they're going to the All-Star break 8 games under.
Yeah.
But they're kind of on pace to finish with around 74. I mean, they're on pace to win, I think it's 73.8 games. So let's call it 74, and that's on a downtick, right? It's not like they've won 10 in a row and now they're up. So I think, to me, I still grade this year. There are a few things. One, can they play competitive games, meaningful games after August 1st? Well, right now they're not necessarily putting themselves in a position to do so. But are we liking what we're seeing from some of the young guys who are coming up? Position player-wise, I think so. Pitching-wise, I think, we would have, like they mentioned no Josh Young. I think the more disappointing thing is probably that neither Cole Winn nor A.J. Alexy as a starter pitched well enough to earn their way up earlier. A.J. Alexy now has moved to a bullpen role. That, to me, is probably, the more disappointing thing. But C seems like a little harsh, and it doesn't matter to me that that Seager and Semien got off to slow starts, because, again, it was never about this year to begin with. And the fact that they are starting to play well maybe makes you breathe a little easier. Certainly don't want to give a team an A that's 8 games under, but I would have said maybe a B- would probably be fair.
You guys pumped? And Corey, I want to include you on this because I know this is one of your guys, that Ezekiel Duran popping back up to the big club.
So, Jared, my thing is the Scott Lucas report. I get that all the time. And so I do read what the guys are doing in the minor leagues a lot more than I used to. And because of that, I started seeing what Duran was doing. I was like, oh, man, I'm really interested. This dude just seems to put the ball in play all the time. And so what he's doing at the plate really stands out for me. I just didn't know kind of how they judged where he stood on things when they said, all right, let's try out in left field. And then all of a sudden they were like, well, let's figure some other things out first.
Yeah, so remember when he was up initially, and not that the Rangers are not still trying to make that push and make a run here post All-Star break, but they were flirting with 500 and trying to get back up. And so it was that balance of let's put the best lineup out there, but also, let's give Ezekiel Duran a chance and whatnot. And it's kind of that, that marriage between the future and the present. But in that marriage, it didn't necessarily make sense for them to give him just a total trial in the outfield. So there are several benefits to sending him down. One, he had never seen AAA pitching, and there's certainly he wasn't dominating to the point where he didn't need to. I mean, I think he was 1 for his last 15 or so when he got sent down. But one of the other benefits was, he could go and play a game at third, play a game in left, get some time in center, and do so with less pressure, and do so on a team where it just doesn't matter as much. Like, it's okay, go take your lumps.
Work in.
Yeah, last year, if this was last year, they could have thrown him out and whatever, and you take your lumps, but this is a little bit different this year. So I do think that both Josh Smith and Ezekiel Duran are going to grow into, or the Rangers would like for them to grow into, utility guys. That's not to say that they will forever be utility guys, but I think just based on the fact that they've got Seager and Simeon locked up for the next several years, it makes sense that anyone who is an infielder, unless they are going to be an all-star, build your lineup around that guy type of bat, you may as well put them in a position where they can be inserted in the lineup in multiple places.
How difficult right before the All-Star break was it for the Rangers Twitter to understand that Seattle's good? And that's
I have problems with that sometimes too. I get it.
I think a lot of people are like, and we're losing again. And I'm kind of concerned about that. I'm also kind of concerned how a lot of these guys are going to handle the trade deadline, if they're going to let it seep in a little bit, or if it's going to alter the way they approach it at all. But like, a lot of fans have a difficult time going, oh, Seattle's that's what a good team looks like.
Seattle is a good team. We all made the comment when they came to town earlier in the year and were struggling that they're way better. Yeah, that's a disappointment. They're way better than their roster is way better than their record, and now it's starting to catch up. I think there's some of that, Corey, although I would say I think it's fair for fans to be frustrated that you didn't split the series, right? I mean, they were close games, and we've seen the Rangers lose to teams that they're better than. Well, why couldn't the Rangers be the team that stopped the streak? Now, obviously, the Mariners are playing really well, but you're right. The Mariners are a good team. This is a team that, if they don't make the playoffs, they're going to be awfully close to making the playoffs. And they are where the Rangers would like to be maybe next year or the year after. And it's okay that they're ahead of the Rangers because, first of all, they haven't made the playoffs since 2001.
Yeah.
Second of all, they have been building towards this now for a few years. This is not just out of nowhere. Last year was out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Last year, the fact that they almost made the playoffs was like wow, this is a big tease because this was not supposed to be the year that we hit. And so, but man, it must be nice to have Julio Rodriguez. Nice for the Rangers to get one of those guys.
Are you excited today to see Jazz Chisholm?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's great to see these guys. You don't see them very often. Thankfully, next year you'll get to see all these guys, in theory every year. But I think it's great that the Rangers and Rangers fans get to see players like Jazz Chisholm for sure.
How different is the environment with the team in the clubhouse, especially with certain players as we approach the trade deadline?
I think every year it depends. This year, I think we haven't been able to get a good look, and frankly, I won't be able to because the trade deadline's August 2nd, and this team doesn't come home till August 1st. But
geez.
I think Martin Perez, who wants to be here, probably it's going to be on his mind. But I think for most of the other guys, there really aren't a ton of guys who the Rangers might trade at the big league level, and the ones who they would are big-time veterans who've been there, and probably it's not going to affect them.
Well, appreciate it very much. As always, good sir. Looking forward to the pregame show.
Thanks, guys.
Now, Corey, you put in a lot of hard work today.
Thank you very much.
What are you going to do with the rest of your day?
I got to go. We're getting a fridge and a dishwasher, and then maybe stop by the CBD American Shaman store because Enrico or Eric, Chiafalo and Wolchuk and Lucius are always talking about that. So maybe, I don't know.
All right. That's how Corey's going to spend his day. You should spend yours listening to the Rangers pregame coming up next. First pitch, Rangers, Marlins at 12:10. We'll be back tomorrow. The whole crew, full show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
In this market, you'll find